Chapter 2682, Madness-Inducing Silverwing City. Chapter 2682, Madness-Inducing Silverwing City. As the various powers and adventurer teams Tier 3 experts entered Silverwing City, the relatively empty streets of the city grew crowded. Sure enough, the city became much bigger after getting promoted. The density of the ambient mana also increased by a lot. It's a pity that the entrance fee is too high. If it were 5 silver instead, the neighboring kingdom's players would most likely pour in. Crazed Bull sighed as he looked at the streets teeming with NPCs. If possible, he really wished to continue his development in Silverwing City. Unfortunately, the entrance fee of 10 silver was simply unaffordable for ordinary Tier 2 experts. After all, many players would most likely enter Silverwing City multiple times a day, since Tier 2 players weren't as resistant to the foreign energies in level 100+ neutral maps as Tier 3 players were. They could survive in level 100+ neutral maps for only a few hours per trip. Fortunately, Tier 2 players recovered from these foreign energies very quickly, so they generally could make 2 or 3 trips to level 100+ neutral maps per day. However, each additional trip meant they had to pay another 10 silver coins to enter Silverwing City. Originally, earning money was already a difficult task in the faux Saint Monsters territory. Paying an additional 20 or 30 silver per day would be onerous on Tier 2 players' finances. After all, Tier 2 players had plenty of other expenditures they needed to cover: training, repair fees, lodgings, food, and beverages. Moreover, if a Tier 2 player wished to reach Tier 3, they needed excellent equipment and powerful Tier 2 skills and spells. In order to earn money, some Tier 2 players would even invest a significant portion of their time grinding for materials in lower-leveled maps, which, in turn, caused their levels to lag. Currently, only Tier 3 experts could afford Silverwing City's 10 silver entrance fee. However, how rare were Tier 3 experts? Not to mention, with the abilities of Tier 3 experts, they had their choice of leveling grounds. They didn't need to remain in the Orc Empire. The other Tier 3 experts of Blood Pact bobbed their heads in agreement with Crazed Bull's words. They felt that Zero Wing was basically chasing away players from Silverwing City. With this, the several guild towns established in the Orc Empire would flourish, while Zero Wing would have only an empty guild city. After conversing for some time, Blood Pact's members made their way to the transportation firm to turn in their completed quests. However, Crazed Bull and the others were stunned to see the massive transportation firm, which could easily fit 4 sports arenas. What's going on? What did Zero Wing do? The current transportation firm was on a completely different level than the one before. There was also an unbelievably large number of NPCs entering and leaving the building. Previously, there would usually be only a few dozen NPCs entering and leaving the building at any time. Now, however, not only had this number increased beyond 200, but many of these NPCs were even nobles or people of neutral races. This was a rare sight. Before Crazed Bull and the others could react to this situation, several teams of Tier 3 experts walked out of the transportation firm one after another, every player on these teams wearing ecstatic looks on their faces. Moreover, every one of these teams had either a luxuriously dressed NPC noble or a neutral NPC following behind them. It was obvious that these teams had picked up a quest commissioned by these NPCs. Am I dreaming? Why are there so many quests from NPC nobles and neutral NPCs? Crazed Bull rubbed his eyes in doubt at the scene before him. Normally, a quest commissioned by an NPC noble or a neutral NPC would appear in the transportation firm only once a day or every few days. Meanwhile, every one of these quests could spark a frenzy among the various top adventurer teams and large guilds. The reason for this was the minimum difficulty rating for these quests, which was 3-star advanced. Not only could players obtain a large amount of coins and contribution points by completing these quests, but they also had a fixed chance of receiving level 100 plus top-tier weapons and equipment or tier 3 skill and spell books. Moreover, even if players weren't lucky and didn't get any of these bonus items, the monetary reward would be enough for players to purchase a piece of relatively good level 100 plus equipment for themselves. Hence, many adventurer teams secretly fought over these quests. Now, however, multiple teams had actually managed to pick up such a quest. Crazed Bull couldn't believe his eyes. "Quick, we need to hurry inside and take a look." Solid Wind barked after snapping out of her daze. Upon hearing Solid Wind's words, the other Blood Pact members nodded and charged into the building. They wanted to know what exactly had happened to the transportation firm for there to be so many 3-star advanced quests. When Solid Wind and the others entered the transportation firm, they were stupefied at the scene before them. Inside the transportation firm's spacious lobby, long queues of NPC merchants snaked in front of the reception desks. At a glance, these NPCs easily numbered more than 5,000. Moreover, many of these NPCs were even NPC nobles and neutral NPCs. The gigantic, translucent quest, crystal hovering in the center of the lobby, actually displayed numerous 3-star advanced quests. The top few entries of the list were even 4-star quests, something they had never seen before. Delivery to the Black Dragon Empire's border fortress fret. Difficulty 4-star. Requirement Tier 3. Team must have at least one person that has completed 10 3-star advanced quests and 23-star quests. All other members must have completed at least 10 3-star quests. Remuneration 50 gold and 3,000 contribution points. Additional rewards unknown. Recruiting 50 people. Delivery to the neutral zone Silent City. Difficulty 4-star. Requirement Tier 3. Team must have at least one person that has completed 12 3-star advanced quests. All other members must have completed at least 5 3-star quests. Remuneration 60 gold, 2,000 contribution points. And an elf's gift, 15% chance to obtain a dark gold item of the same level, 25% chance to obtain a fine gold item of the same level. Recruiting 100 people. When the eyes of Solid Wind and the other Blood Pact members landed on the rewards of the 4-star quests, they wished they could accept these quests immediately. Setting aside the additional rewards, just the coins and contribution points these quests awarded were more than enough to make Tier 3 experts like themselves go crazy. Bull, log out and contact the commander. Have the commander negotiate with the other adventurer teams. We need to secure these 4-star quests before the others do. Solid Wind said urgently. It was impossible for an individual adventurer team to take on a 4-star quest. At least 2 adventurer teams worth of Tier 3 experts would be needed to challenge a 4-star quest. However, if they could complete a 4-star quest, they would raise Blood Pact's overall strength by a small margin. "All right, logging out now," Crazed Bull said, as he hurriedly clicked the log out button. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU as for Solid Wind and the others, they promptly contacted the other Blood Pact members outside the city and had them come to the transportation firm right away. Their excitement was palpable to the other players around them. However, none of the surrounding players found the reactions of Blood Pact's members surprising at all. After all, Blood Pact wasn't the only group aiming for the 4-star quests. The members of other adventurer teams and guilds that had visited the transportation firm earlier had reacted in a similar fashion. They all either notified their superiors about the transportation firm or had their other companions rush to the transportation firm. For a time, large numbers of the Tier 2 players camped outside Silverwing City thronged to the city's main gate with bloodshot eyes. In the blink of an eye, the main gate swarmed with players. If not For everyone fearing the personal guards stationed by the gate, they would have most likely started a fight to enter the city. Meanwhile, when the black-clad summoner from Frost Heaven, who had already entered the city, saw the disturbance at the gate, she was stunned. What's going on? Chapter 2683, Crimson-Eyed Sword Saint's Legacy. Chapter 2683, Crimson-Eyed Sword Saint's Legacy. At this moment, the female summoner from Frost Heaven wasn't the only person surprised by the sudden turn of events at Silverwing City's main gate. The Tier 3 experts, who had just entered the city, were similarly stunned to see the mob of Tier 2 players desperately trying to get in. Have these people lost their minds? For current Tier 2 players, a 10 silver entrance fee was a significant expenditure. Not to mention, just a short while ago, these Tier 2 players were still complaining about the expensive entrance fee and hoping to see Silverwing City flop. Now, however, these same Tier 2 players were desperately trying to get the NPCs stationed at the gate to take their money, their bloodshot eyes making it seem as if they would start a fight if the NPCs refused to take their money. However, before the Tier 3 experts standing before the city gate could properly process the situation, batch after batch of Tier 2 players rushed into the city, their numbers simply staggering. As soon as these Tier 2 players got past the gate, they dashed towards Silverwing City's transportation firm like a pack of cheetahs, expressions of ecstasy writ large on their faces. What did Zero Wing do? The female summoner from Frost Heaven could not help her confusion when she saw the various powers and adventurer teams, Tier 2 members running past her toward a distant corner of the city. Just a moment ago, the players had clearly given up on Silverwing City because of its exorbitant entrance fee. Now, however, players were jostling to enter the city. Moreover, there did not seem to be an end to the stream of players pouring in. At this rate, Zero Wing would become filthy rich just from the entrance fees of Silverwing City. These people seemed to be rushing toward the transportation firm. Something must have changed there. The female Cursemancer standing beside the summoner said as she looked at the direction the crowd of players was taking. The transportation firm? The female summoner found her companion's words a little hard to believe. She simply couldn't figure out what kind of changes the transportation firm could have undergone to provoke such a frantic reaction from so many Tier 2 players. However, the female summoner did not put too much thought into the matter. Instead, she and her team followed the crowd to the transportation firm. When Frost Heaven's members arrived inside the crowded transportation firm's lobby, their eyes widened involuntarily in shock, every one of them at a loss for words. Just by doing one delivery quest, every player involved could get a monetary reward of 60 gold, as well as other rewards. This was an income even Tier 3 peak experts like themselves were incapable of earning within 1 or 2 days, yet there were actually 6 of such delivery quests available. Moreover, aside from the 6 4-star quests, there were a ton of 3-star advanced quests, which similarly granted lucrative rewards that could match the total daily income of Tier 3 peak experts like themselves. If they focused on grinding and making money for an entire day, not only would they have to sacrifice a large amount of their training time, but the income they generated would also be limited to coins. They wouldn't receive any weapons or equipment. However, the 3-star advanced quests granted a large amount of coins upon completion, as well as contribution points and top-tier weapons and equipment. Doing these delivery quests was even more lucrative than raiding super large-scale team dungeons. With how low the drop rate was in team dungeons, there definitely wouldn't be enough weapons and equipment dropped for everyone in the team. Moreover, there was also the problem of class compatibility. On the other hand, every player that took part in the delivery quests would have a considerably high chance of obtaining a top-tier weapon or equipment that suited their class. One could say that, so long as players kept doing these 3-star advanced delivery quests, their income, EXP gain, and equipment acquisition rate would already rival those of Tier 3 peak experts. It's no wonder these people reacted so crazily I truly underestimated Zero Wing. With these tempting quests, let alone a 10 silver entrance fee. Even if the fee were 20 silver, there would still be a ton of players seeking to develop in Silverwing City, the black-clad summoner commented, as realization dawned upon her. Since even a Tier 3 peak expert like herself felt tempted by the delivery quests available in the transportation firm, the attraction the firm held for Tier 2 players and ordinary Tier 3 experts was easy to imagine. Mushin, I just relayed this information to the guild leader. The guild leader says we can proceed with the partnership, the female Kursmancer said. Isn't the guild leader being too hasty? Although the transportation firm's quests and Silverwing City's defenses will ensure the city's future as the trade hub of the Orc Empire and the neighboring kingdoms, it still won't be easy for Zero Wing to take the initiative to strike back at the faux Saint monsters. Zero Wing won't be of any help to our alliance at all. At best, we can only use its Silverwing City as a resting spot, the female summoner named Mushin said, frowning. Zero Wing's transportation firm was indeed amazing, but the alliance Frostheaven formed was no ordinary existence, either. Anyone who became a member of the alliance would gain benefits beyond what they could normally get from partnering with ordinary superpowers. This was also why she and her team had come to observe Zero Wing and verify its qualifications. Are we still going, then? The female Kursmancer asked as she looked at Mushin. Aside from being a domain realm expert and a vice guild leader of Frostheaven, Mushin was also the heiress of the Boulder Corporation, a top-ranking international corporation that stood above even the Starling Corporation. Since the Boulder Corporation supplied more than half of Frostheaven's resources, Mushin's standing in the guild was not at all lower than the guild leader's. Hence, the guild leader had to take Mushin's opinion into heavy consideration on important matters. Since the guild leader has already said so, let's go take a look first. If Zero Wing really has the potential and strength to fight the faux Saint monsters, letting it join the alliance isn't exactly impossible, Mushin said after giving the matter some thought. However, if I find Zero Wing wanting, then we'll have to choose another target to recruit. I'll get in touch with Zero Wing now. Then, the female Kursmancer said with a sigh of relief at Mushin's answer. In her opinion, Silverwing City's potential was truly massive. Even without Frostheaven's help, the city would still flourish. In fact, it might even become an integral location for the Alliance's fight against the faux Saint monsters in the future. However, if Mushin was really opposed to Zero Wing's joining the Alliance, then even the guild leader would have difficulty persuading her. While Mushin and the others were conversing, news regarding the transportation firm also spread quickly. As a result, many of the powers heading back to their respective kingdoms promptly did a U-turn, with some even planning to make Silverwing City a long-term headquarters of theirs. As Silverwing City's player population was booming, Shurfeng finished accepting the Crimson-Eyed Sword Saint's legacy. Sure enough, breaking through the limits of the epic mana body isn't that easy. Shurfeng breathed out a deep sigh as he looked at the shattered memory crystal in his hand. Originally, he thought that with the effects of the 8 soul marks and the Crimson-Eyed Sword Saint's legacy, he could instantly break the shackles of his epic mana body. Unfortunately, things didn't work out as he planned, leaving him still one step shy of a breakthrough. Although he had long since known that it was much more difficult to break through the limits of an epic mana body than it was for a gold mana body, he never thought that the difficulty would be this high. Despite relying on the Crimson-Eyed Sword Saints and Heavenly Blue Saints' experiences, no matter how he tweaked the circulation of mana in his mana body, he still couldn't surpass the perfect state. Of course, that didn't mean Shurfeng had gained absolutely nothing from the Crimson-Eyed Sword Saint's guidance. By relying on all those experiences and techniques, he could now circulate the mana inside his body 20% faster than before. For other players, such an improvement wouldn't yield any significant effects. However, for someone like Shurfeng, who possessed a natural domain, it was akin to a 20% boost to his reaction speed, a massive improvement. Moreover, his mana domain had also become much denser and more solid. If Shurfeng were to go up against a faux Saint Devourer now, he was confident he could beat the living daylights out of the mythic monster without even resorting to his mana technique and Black Dragon's soul. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU at this time, Yulan suddenly called Shurfeng and said, "Guild leader, some representatives from Frost Heaven have paid us a visit. They say they wish to discuss a partnership." Frost Heaven? Shurfeng was not unfamiliar with this name. In fact, this was a very famous name during his previous life. After all, Frost Heaven was one of the 12 great guilds of God's domain, a true titan in the game. However, Frost Heaven had maintained a very low profile during the early stages of God's domain, so much so that barely anyone had thought about the guild. To everyone's surprise, though, Frost Heaven had actually been the first superpower in the game to successfully produce a Tier 4 player, an incident that had propelled the guild into the spotlight and made it known by everyone in the game. "Do you wish to meet them?" Yulan asked when she saw Shurfeng turning contemplative. "Have them wait in the City Lord's Mansion's reception room," Shurfeng said, nodding. He then tidied up his workspace before leaving his 4th-floor office and making his way to the 1st-floor reception room. Chapter 2684 Mana Domain. Chapter 2684 Mana Domain, Silverwing City, City Lord's Mansion. Under Yulan's lead, Mushin and the other Frost Heaven members arrived before the entrance of the City Lord's Mansion. Currently, a large number of NPCs, as well as players wearing the merchant's insignia, were lining up outside the tall walls of the mansion. The liveliness here could easily rival the frenzy at Silverwing City's main gate. This city is truly amazing. Despite having been promoted just recently, there are already so many NPC and player merchants coming forth to rent shops here. I doubt even the various superpowers' main headquarters received this much attention when they got promoted into basic cities. The female cursemancer from Frost Heaven exclaimed as she looked at the long line of NPCs and players standing outside the City Lord's Mansion. Aside from being the core that controlled the City Lord's Mansion also managed the city's lands and shops. Anyone seeking to rent or purchase land and shops inside the city had to visit the City Lord's Mansion to do so. Generally, however, neither player nor NPC merchants would rent a recently promoted city's lands and shops. They would generally do so only after thorough consideration and observation to determine whether an investment would really be profitable. However, despite Silverwing City having just been promoted and open to the public less than an hour ago, there were already close to 1,000 players and NPCs waiting to enter the City Lord's Mansion. This response was unbelievable. This should be considered normal. After all, Silverwing City is currently the only guild city in the Orc Empire. With that transportation firm here, high player traffic is guaranteed. These cunning merchant players and NPCs definitely won't let this opportunity get away. The only question now is, how many shops and lands is Zero Wing willing to rent out? Mushin said, her expression remaining unfazed as she took in the long queue before her. In fact, after seeing what Silverwing City had to offer, Mushin had already resolved to rent some of its lands and shops in preparation for her guild members' development in the city. Needless to say, merchant players and NPCs, who frequently traveled between large cities and possessed a keen sense for business, would definitely realize Silverwing City's potential and take action much more quickly than she had. The player merchants waiting outside the City Lord's Mansion turned their heads automatically toward Mushin's group, surprise flashing across their eyes when they recognized the group. What? Frost Heaven is actually planning to partner with Zero Wing? If that's the case, Zero Wing will really rise on the Eastern continent. Indeed, Frost Heaven has 3 international corporations backing it. Even if Zero Wing receives only a small amount of support from Frost Heaven, it would no longer have to worry about funding and resources. It seems the various superpowers will have to fear Zero Wing in the future. After all, previously, Zero Wing was already close to rivaling ordinary superpowers in terms of experts and guild foundations. If Zero Wing receives Frost Heaven support and resources, it would basically be a superpower already. By this time, even ordinary players were familiar with the superpower known as Frost Heaven. After all, the guild had not only successfully dominated multiple kingdoms, but also claimed a corner of the Apocalypse Empire. In addition, Frost Heaven's name resounded in the ears of merchant players like themselves, what with 3 international corporations backing the guild. Even the Eastern Continent's up-and-coming Starlink and various super guilds had to show respect to Frost Heaven. Mushin's group walked into the City Lord's mansion under the watchful gazes of the merchant players outside. Inside the City Lord's mansion, aside from the personal guards on security duty, there were plenty of Zero Wing experts training. The liveliness inside the mansion grounds was not the slightest bit inferior to the situation outside the mansion. Sure enough, the number and quality of Zero Wing's experts are still considerably inferior to the various superpowers. The female Cursmancer shook her head and sighed as she eyed her surroundings. With the standards of Zero Wing's members, even if Mushin agrees to let Zero Wing join the alliance, the other allied guilds will most likely object. Many of Zero Wing's Tier 2 members had reached level 115 already, with the Tier 3 members boasting even higher levels. These players were also very well equipped, with the weakest piece of equipment on the Tier 3 experts being level 110 fine gold rank. When it came to levels and equipment standards, Zero Wing's members did not lose out to the various superpowers. However, Zero Wing's members had one fatal flaw: their average combat standard was very low, let alone flowing water realm experts. Zero Wing barely had refinement realm experts. In this regard, Zero Wing was no match for the various superpowers at all. Hence, even though Zero Wing possessed a large number of powerful personal guards, it still couldn't be considered a superpower. After all, personal guards would remain a threat for only a certain period. Compared to players, NPCs had a much more difficult time developing themselves. The true way for a guild to grow strong was for it to have a large number of peak experts under its command. Although rumor had it that Zero Wing had several extraordinary experts, this small number simply wasn't enough for the guild to become a superpower, let alone get Mushin to agree to its joining Frost Heaven's alliance. During the time the female Cursmancer was entertaining such thoughts, Yulan had brought Mushin's group to the City Lord's mansion's first-floor reception room. "Please enter," Yulan said as she opened the doors for Mushin's group. After nodding in response to Yulan's words, Mushin entered the reception room together with her subordinates. The instant Mushin and the others entered the reception room, however, their bodies immediately felt heavier. They also sensed that they had lost control over the mana around them, and it seemed as if they had entered another world, a mana domain. The female Cursmancer gaped in shock at Sherfong, who was currently seated inside the room. How is this possible? At this moment, let alone the female Cursmancer, even the other members of the Frost Heaven contingent were stunned speechless by the current situation. As Tier 3 experts, they knew very clearly what a mana domain was. After all, this was something they occasionally encountered when raiding Tier 4 monsters. Not to mention, there were also Tier 3 skills and spells that allowed players to form a mana domain. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU mana domains fell into 2 types, active and passive. Active-type mana domains were formed using skills and spells, while passive-type mana domains were formed without the use of skills or spells. Of the 2 types, the latter was generally an ability only NPCs at Tier 4 or above could grasp. However, the mana domain currently enveloping them clearly wasn't formed with a skill or spell. Instead, It was a byproduct of Shi Feng's circulation of his own mana. In other words, this was a passive-type mana domain. This type of mana domain was the main reason why Tier 4 NPCs were overwhelmingly stronger than Tier 3 NPCs. The moment this passive-type mana domain was activated, Tier 3 NPCs would be mere jokes in front of a Tier 4 NPC. Now, however, this ability that could normally be found only on Tier 4 NPCs had actually been mastered by a Tier 3 player. This was incredible. You must be Frost Heaven's representatives. I am Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, Shi Feng said as he swept his gaze across Mushin's group. Going straight to the point, he asked, I heard from Yulan that you've come to discuss a partnership with Zero Wing. May I know what kind of partnership you have in mind? Chapter 2685, Generous Remuneration, Tier 4 Promotion Quest. Chapter 2685, Generous Remuneration, Tier 4 Promotion Quest. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, the female Cursemancer and the other Frost Heaven members inside the room promptly snapped out of their dazes. All the contempt they previously had for Zero Wing swept away. The number of peak experts Zero Wing currently had was indeed no match for the various superpowers. However, with Shi Feng's mana domain, he could boost a team's combat power by a significant margin. Moreover, if a superpower did not have any means of dealing with a mana domain, it wouldn't matter how many Tier 3 experts they sent at Shi Feng. Every one of them would just end up as cannon fodder. Guild Leader Black Flame, you really are a straightforward person. In that case, let me introduce myself first. I am Mushin, a Vice Guild Leader of Frost Heaven, and I am here on behalf of the Guild to invite Zero Wing to join Frost Heaven's alliance, Mushin said, looking at Shi Feng. Your alliance? Shi Feng looked at Mushin with some confusion. As far as he remembered, Frost Heaven had always walked the path of a lone wolf, never forming alliances with others. That's right. You can consider it an alliance targeting the faux saint monsters, Mushin explained, nodding. So long as Zero Wing joins the alliance, not only will we attack and defend against the faux saint monsters together, but we will also share plenty of information with Zero Wing, especially information related to the faux saint monsters' activities. This way, if the faux saint monsters try to conduct any large-scale operations, we will be prepared for them. What are the entry requirements? Shi Feng asked. For the current Zero Wing, the offer of help in attacking and defending against the faux saint monsters wasn't particularly important. However, information regarding the faux saint monsters' activities was something that interested him greatly. Although Zero Wing's members could collect plenty of information regarding the faux saint monsters' movements, the scope of that information would drastically pale in comparison to what several superpowers working together could obtain. With such information, he would have a better grasp of the faux saint monsters' movements, and could have Zero Wing make preparations ahead of time. After all, the problem of the faux saint monsters wasn't something that could be dealt with in the short term. In fact, these monsters would remain a big problem for Zero Wing far into the future. Guild Leader Black Flame, you're overthinking things. There are no conditions for joining the alliance, Mushin said, a faint smile appearing on her face. If I have to give one, then it is receiving Frost Heaven's recognition. Does that mean Zero Wing has received this recognition already? Shi Feng asked curiously. Of course. Moreover, aside from inviting Zero Wing into the alliance, I also wish to extend an invitation to Zero Wing to take part in a secret operation our alliance is planning, Mushin said earnestly. Secret operation? Is it compulsory to join? Shi Feng asked when he noticed a hint of excitement on Mushin's face. It's not compulsory, but if Zero Wing is willing to help, I can personally provide you with a generous remuneration. For example, I can give you 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid, something that the various superpowers are currently in urgent need of. Mushin said. The other Frost Heaven members standing beside Mushin turned to her in shock. Mushin, what are you thinking? That's an absolute secret. Even within the Alliance, only 2 other guilds have the qualifications to take part. If you invite Zero Wing, even if the Grand Elders agree, the other 2 guilds will most likely have strong opinions about it. The female Cursemancer murmured to Mushin. The female Cursemancer wasn't particularly surprised that Mushin had agreed to Zero Wing's joining the Alliance. After all, with Silverwing City's benefits and Shifeng's mana domain, Zero Wing indeed possessed the qualifications to do so. However, inviting Zero Wing to participate in the Alliance's secret operation was a completely different story. The secret operation Mushin referred to was extraordinary. Frostheaven and the 2 other superpowers involved in this operation had paid an enormous price to secure this opportunity. Mushin was simply insane to invite Zero Wing along. Relax. I'll just say that Zero Wing's participation will be taken from my share. That way, the 2 other superpowers should not have any problems. Mushin replied, nonchalantly, "You have truly lost your mind. You asked for this. It's your problem if Uncle Hong and the others get angry at you," the female Cursemancer said in a huff. As the heiress of the Boulder Corporation, one of the 3 main corporations supporting Frostheaven, Mushin indeed possessed a considerable number of participation slots for the upcoming operation. However, if Mushin gave these slots to Zero Wing's members, Frostheaven's guild leader and Grand Elders would definitely have opinions about it. In fact, if Zero Wing's participation adversely affected the operation, the Boulder Corporation's standing within Frostheaven might even suffer. Meanwhile, seeing that the female Cursemancer had stopped speaking, Mushin returned her gaze to Shifeng. "What do you think of this, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Mushin asked once more. "Will we receive the 50 bottles only if the operation succeeds?" Shifeng asked after giving the matter some thought. He had a great yearning for S-rank nutrient fluids. Setting aside his own needs, he also needed plenty of S-rank nutrient fluids for the development of Zero Wing's core upper echelon. Unlike the various superpowers, Zero Wing did not have a major corporation backing it, so the guild had a much more difficult time obtaining S-rank nutrient fluids. He had to admit that Mushin had accurately grasped Zero Wing's weakness. "Of course not. The 50 bottles are a deposit. If the operation is a success, I will pay you an additional 50 bottles, Mushin replied, her smile widening at Shifeng's question. "All right. I accept your invitation on behalf of Zero Wing," Shifeng said. When he heard that the remuneration was 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids, he agreed to the offer without hesitation. "When will this secret operation take place? And how many players do I need to send?" "I can't give you an exact time yet, but judging by the current development, the operation will need a minimum of 11 or 12 days before it can start. As for the numbers, it's best if you bring no more than 10 players, Mushin replied after giving the matter some thought. She then pointed at the female Cursemancer beside her and continued, "Once the preparations on our side are done, I'll have Li Xuan notify you." "Very well. I will make all the necessary preparations beforehand," Shifeng said, nodding. After Shifeng agreed to Mushin's invitation, the two of them formally signed a contract. Before the start of the secret operation, Mushin would supply Zero Wing with 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid first. And so long as the operation was a success, Mushin would send another 50 bottles within 2 days of the operation's completion. "Guild leader, do you really intend to take part in Frostheaven's secret operation?" Yulan asked worriedly after Mushin's group left the reception room. The fact that Frostheaven is willing to offer 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid as remuneration just goes to show how difficult this secret operation is. In fact, the operation might even come with great risks. If something untoward happens, Starlink and Saint's Hand will pounce on this opportunity. Now that Silverwing Town had been promoted into Silverwing City, The number of players and powers operating in Silverwing City was continuously increasing. According to their current estimates, they could easily make over 300,000 gold per day from the entrance fees alone. After deducting the various expenditures of the city, they should still net over 100,000 gold. And this didn't even take into account the income from the transportation firm. To put it simply, they had no need to take any risks. They were more than capable of amassing enough money to purchase a large amount of S-rank nutrient fluids, given some time. I understand, but we'll also need to live long enough to make that kind of money, Shifeng replied with a bitter smile. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU if possible, he would prefer to refuse Mushin's offer as well. After all, S-rank nutrient fluids were not common goods that were readily available. Even for Frostheaven, S-rank nutrient fluids were an extremely precious resource. The fact that Mushin was willing to pay such a hefty price for Zero Wings help meant that the secret operation in question was incredibly difficult. However, 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid would alleviate a significant portion of the pressure on Zero Wing. Not to mention, now that his identity had been exposed, purchasing S-rank nutrient fluids would become even more problematic than before. After Shifeng finished conversing with Yulan and had assigned all the necessary work in Silverwing City, he stealthily made his way to the core room located on the City Lord's mansion's second underground floor. He then took out a tattered scroll from his bag. Although I haven't made all possible preparations, in order to ensure the success of my future operations, I have no choice but to get promoted as soon as possible. Gritting his teeth, Shifeng unfurled the legacy scroll he obtained from the ancient Lich Zorak and chanted the incantation recorded on it. Chapter 2686, Legacy Land. Chapter 2686, Legacy Land. As Shifeng chanted the incantation recorded on the legacy scroll, the divine runes on the legacy scroll started releasing an array of colorful lights that brightly illuminated the dimly lit core room. Following which, the divine runes detached from the legacy scroll and linked up into a ring before Shifeng. A short moment later, an incomparably dark vortex appeared within this ring of runes. The black vortex was 3 meters tall. Just its existence alone thinned out the mana within the core room considerably. The vortex was like an insatiable beast that devoured everything. Just how harsh is the environment in the Legacy Land? Shifeng was astonished when he sensed the incomparably thin mana around him. Originally, he had planned to challenge his Tier 4 promotion quest only after he had broken through the limits of his epic mana body. That way, he would have a much greater chance of success. After all, unlike the promotion quests for lower tiers, the Tier 4 promotion quest did not have any difficulty options for players to choose from. How much improvement they gained from their Tier 4 promotion quest depended entirely on how much progress they made in the Legacy Land. Of course, there were also some differences between Legacy Lands. Naturally, the harsher the environment at a Legacy Land, the more difficult it would be for players to obtain their Tier 4 legacy. However, searching for Tier 4 legacy lands was arduous. In fact, when challenging the Tier 4 promotion quest, players generally spent 90% of their time searching for a legacy land. In short, players would be very fortunate to come across a legacy land. They didn't have the luxury to choose between different legacy lands. Hence, luck played a considerably important role when challenging the Tier 4 promotion quest. With luck, one would find a good legacy land and have an easier time obtaining the Tier 4 legacy. Without it, one would find a legacy land with an extremely harsh environment and might suffer failure as soon as they set foot into the legacy land. This was a situation Shifeng had faced before. After all, he had failed plenty of times at his Tier 4 promotion quest in his past life. Currently, although he couldn't determine what kind of legacy land the teleportation portal before him led to, Judging by how the portal had devoured almost all of the core room's mana, he could tell that this legacy land had incredibly thin ambient mana. In fact, the ambient mana density in the legacy land should be even lower than that of the core room at the moment. However, before Shifeng could continue his observation, a series of system notifications entered his ears. System, you have opened the Legacy Lands portal. Please enter the portal within 3 minutes, or the portal will automatically close. System, you have activated the promotion quest for the Tier 4 Blade Saint. Quest content, enter the Legacy Land and obtain the Ancient Legacy's power. Rewards unknown. System, once you enter the Legacy Land, you will be prohibited from having any contact with the outside world. If you die within the Legacy Land, you will be teleported out of the Legacy Land. Your levels will be reduced by 5, and your soul will be weakened for 3 days. Please consider your decision carefully. 5 levels? This Legacy Land is truly vicious. Shifeng frowned reflexively when he heard the contents of the system notifications. Normally, dying in a Tier 4 Legacy Land would result in a loss of only 2 or 3 levels. The penalty for this one, however, was actually 5 levels. This was definitely the Legacy Land with the highest penalty he had ever heard of. However, Shifeng did not hesitate for long before walking straight into the Black Vortex. If possible, he did not wish to enter such a harsh Legacy Land either. However, if he didn't enter, he would be deemed to have failed his Tier 4 promotion quest. If that happened, he would have to wait a considerable period before he could challenge his Tier 4 promotion quest again, an outcome he definitely didn't want. After all, aside from Frost Heaven's upcoming secret operation, the Divine Dragon's trial also awaited him. If he gave up on entering his Legacy Land now, he would have to face the Divine Dragon's trial with only a Tier 3 body, basically setting himself up for failure. Hence, he had no other choice but to grit his teeth and take on this Legacy Land. Fortunately, the epic Legacy Scroll granted him 3 re-challenge attempts, 2 more than what the Dark Gold Legacy Scroll provided. Having a total of 4 challenge attempts increased his chances of success significantly. As soon as Shifeng stepped into the Black Vortex, darkness enveloped his vision. At the same time, his body seemed to spin freely in empty space. By the time his vision recovered, the scenery before him had changed completely. Currently, he was free-falling. Moreover, not only was the sky dark, but spatial tears also filled the air around him. It was as if the world he had just arrived in was crumbling. There was no ground beneath him, either. All he could see below was a bottomless abyss. To make matters worse, the mana was practically non-existent. Shifeng was momentarily stunned by this situation. He had been to many Legacy Lands, but this was his first time visiting such a harsh Legacy Land. In fact, rather than a Legacy Land, this location looked more like a world teetering on the brink of destruction instead. If not for his epic mana body, he would have long since lost consciousness due to the extremely thin ambient mana here. Not daring to be careless, Shifeng promptly activated Gale Domain to put some distance between himself and the bottomless abyss below. However, shortly after he started flying, a powerful suction force came from the bottomless abyss, which made his body feel incomparably heavy. Is long-term flight prohibited here? Looking at the bottomless abyss that was pulling him down, Shifeng faintly understood the rules of this Legacy Land. He immediately headed for the nearest cliff. 400 yards, 300 yards, 200 yards. The longer Shifeng remained in flight, the stronger the gravity acting on his body grew. Initially, the gravity was only twice as strong as usual. Eventually, though, it increased to more than 10-fold. Moreover, it continued increasing by 2-fold every second. Not only did this situation cause his flying speed to decrease continuously, but it also made controlling his body increasingly difficult. Faster, I need to be faster. When the gravity approached unbearable levels, Sherfong desperately tried to reach the cliff beside the abyss. When less than 20 yards separated him from the cliff, his ability to fly suddenly got neutralized. As a result, he plummeted toward the bottomless abyss like a meteor. To make matters worse, the gravity acting on his body still kept increasing, which, in turn, accelerated his speed of descent. This won't do. At this rate, I'll die from the wind pressure before I even hit the ground. After free-falling for a dozen seconds, Sherfong already found the increasing wind pressure pushing against his body unbearable. At this rate, he would most likely die after another few dozen seconds of free fall. He took out a bunch of advanced frost grenades from his bag and detonated them on his back. Boom, boom, boom. Along with the sounds of explosions, a series of ice flowers appeared in midair. Although Sherfong ended up losing over 20% of his HP and got himself covered in a layer of frost from the frost grenades, the impact of the explosions propelled his body a lot closer to the nearby cliff. However, despite the distance to the cliff narrowing, his complexion remained grim. After all, if he collided with the cliff at his current speed, he was still unlikely to survive. In the next moment, the armor Sherfong wore also started turning red-hot. Just as he was about to crash into the cliff like a blazing meteor, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power, instantly increasing his basic attributes, defense, and HP by a significant margin. He then unsheathed the abyssal blade and stabbed it into the cliff. Boom! After getting stabbed into the cliff wall, the abyssal blade tore the rocky surface as Sherfong continued sliding down. At the same time, his HP also started depleting rapidly. 75%, 60%, 30%. Fortunately, his body finally came to a grinding halt with his HP just below 500,000. After pulling himself out of the clutches of death, he breathed out a deep sigh of relief. If not for Heavenly Dragon's power, he really would have died just now. Is this really a legacy land? Confusion filled Sherfang's heart as he gazed at the bottomless abyss beneath him. Although legacy lands weren't known for their friendly environments, none of them had such a harsh environment either. Currently, he couldn't see any signs of life in this legacy land, let alone monsters. Aside from the bottomless abyss, the only other thing within sight were the cliffs surrounding it. He couldn't find any traces of an ancient legacy at all. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, however, as Sherfong was trying to figure out what he needed to do in this legacy land, several thunderous roars came from the bottomless abyss. A short moment later, gigantic figures emerged from the abyss. And upon seeing these figures, Sherfong could not help being dumbfounded. How is this possible? Sherfang's eyes widened with astonishment as he gaped at these gigantic figures. After all, these figures belonged to the rarely seen dragon race. Meanwhile, these dragons had clearly discovered his presence already. Chapter 2687, Infant Black Dragons. Chapter 2687, Infant Black Dragons. Before Sherfong could snap out of his daze, the 3 black dragons with 60-meter wingspans flapped their wings and transformed into a blur as they flew straight at him. Infant Black Dragon, Dragon, Great Lord, Level 1, 22 HP 4, 200 000/4, 200 000/000. Crap! Sherfong cursed out loud when he saw the 3 infant black dragons zooming toward him. Although his opponents were merely Tier 3 infant dragons, as creatures belonging to the apex race in God's domain, they were still far stronger than ordinary Tier 4 mythic monsters. Not to mention, there were 3 of them. With the power these infant dragons wielded, they could easily destroy the current Silverwing city. They simply weren't existence's individual tier. 3 players could hope to go up against. In fact, Even Tier 4 players would have to take the long way around if they came across a force of 3 Tier 3 infant dragons. To make matters worse, not only was Sherfong currently stuck to a cliff, but an incredibly powerful gravitational force was also dragging on his body. Despite having Heavenly Dragon's power activated right now, he couldn't move his body normally. Clashing with these infant black dragons would simply guarantee an early death. He immediately unsheathed Killing Ray and stabbed it into the cliff wall as well. He then started climbing up the cliff with all his might using his 2 swords. However, the gravitational pull from the abyss was simply too powerful, and Sherfong could not climb quickly, even if he wanted to. In the end, before he could climb 20 yards, one of the infant dragons had already arrived before him and sent its massive claw smashing at him. The speed of the claw was also so fast that his only option was to receive it. Scram! Sherfong bellowed as he swung the abyssal blade at the claw. The power the magic weapon carried so great that it even tore through space itself. When the abyssal blade came into contact with the infant dragon's claw, not only did the magic weapon repel the gigantic claw, but the force of the blow even pushed the infant dragon backward by more than 10 yards. This result shocked the infant dragon, and its golden eyes gazed at Sherfong in astonishment. As a member of the apex race that represented destruction, it had actually lost to a lower existence of the same tier in a direct confrontation. Normally, something like this should be impossible, yet this impossible feat had actually occurred just now. However, despite having repelled the infant dragon's attack, Sherfong did not show any signs of excitement at all. Due to the strength boost provided by the Heavenly Dragon's power and the dragon's domination passive skill, his strength indeed surpassed that of a level 122 infant black dragon. However, as he was currently stuck on the side of a cliff, the only thing he could do was passively defend against the infant dragon's attacks. He couldn't launch any counterattacks or run away. Meanwhile, Heavenly Dragon's power had a very limited duration. Once he lost the strength buff from the Berserk skill, he would have a much harder time coping with the infant dragon's attacks. Roar! As the repelled infant dragon roared angrily, another infant dragon appeared beside Sherfong and attacked him. While Sherfong had his hands full with the second infant dragon's attack, the first infant dragon, which had gotten repelled, actually opened its mouth and used dragon breath on him. Even with his current basic attributes, Sherfong did not dare take on the dragon breath of a true dragon. Gritting his teeth, he yanked Killing Ray out of the cliff and let the gravity drag himself down. When produced by a true dragon, a Tier 3 dragon breath carried enough power to rival even ordinary attacks at the peak Tier 4 standard. Moreover, dragon breath was an AoE attack, so defending against it with normal attacks was impossible. Although Sherfong had the option of using his mana technique, with how thin the ambient mana was in this legacy land, by the time he gathered enough mana to execute Light Shadow, he would have already been burned up by the infant dragon's dragon breath. Boom! In the next moment, a black beam struck at the spot where Sherfong was originally hanging and bored a hole into the cliff. As for Sherfong, after dodging the attack, he quickly stabilized himself further down the cliff. As expected of a true dragon breath, I'd probably get pushed back even if I used Light Shadow against it. Sherfong could not help his astonishment as he gazed at the massive hole that had appeared some distance above him. With just one attack, the infant black dragon had carved a hole with a 30-yard radius into the sturdy cliff. Sherfong, on the other hand, was just barely able to stab his swords into the cliff, even with the boost from Heavenly Dragon's power. Without the Berserk skill's help, he would be able to stab only half their length into the cliff, at best. However, before Sherfong could fully appreciate the infant black dragon's Tier 3 dragon breath, the 2 other infant dragons used their dragon breaths on him as well. Roar! 2 black beams instantly shot at Sherfong, the range they covered making it utterly impossible for him to avoid them. Seeing this, Shi Feng instinctively activated absolute defense to block the two dragon breaths. However, because the cliff he was clinging to got vaporized, he lost his foothold and started plummeting toward the bottomless abyss once more. It seems it's over. Shi Feng could not help a bitter smile when he looked at the bottomless abyss beneath him, then the three infant black dragons chasing after him. Not only was there a bottomless abyss that exerted an insane gravitational pull on him, but there were even three infant black dragons roaming the area. The difficulty of this legacy land was simply unheard of. He couldn't even keep himself alive for more than a few minutes in this legacy land, much less search for the ancient legacy hidden here. In other words, this legacy land was basically made to toy with players seeking to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quest. However, just as Shi Feng was mentally preparing himself to give up on his Tier 4 promotion quest, several gleaming lights suddenly appeared on the pitch-black cliff. The lights carried a faint hint of divine might that made his soul shudder involuntarily. The ancient legacy fragments. Shock and excitement flashed in Shi Feng's eyes when he looked at the fading lights. Just now, he'd concluded that this legacy land was a prank on players. However, it now looked like that was not the case at all. Although the gleaming lights coming from the cliff had soon vanished from sight due to his rapid descent, he was certain he had sensed divine might coming from those lights. The Tier 4 promotion quest was basically a quest for players to enter a legacy land and obtain as much of their legacy's power as possible. Normal classes generally needed to accumulate 70% of their legacy's power to reach Tier 4, while peak classes needed roughly 85%. He had seen quite a few streaks of light on the cliff, which meant that there should be a considerable number of legacy fragments there. If he could reach that location, he might be able to obtain enough legacy power to complete his promotion quest. After reaching this conclusion, Shi Feng abandoned the idea of giving up on this legacy land. Locating the legacy fragments hidden within a legacy land was generally incredibly difficult and time-consuming. Now that he knew where they were, he naturally couldn't give up without trying. However, despite his change of mind, thinking back to the three infant black dragons gave him a huge headache. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. It might have been fine if his opponents were any other Great Lord-ranked monsters. In fact, even if he had to go up against 3 Tier 4 mythic monsters simultaneously, he was confident he could collect the legacy fragments while keeping himself alive. However, going up against 3 Tier 3 dragons simultaneously was simply too much. In fact, one infant black dragon would most likely be more than enough to whittle him to death within a short time. After all, the gravitational pull the abyss exerted was simply too powerful. While subjected to this gravitational pull, he couldn't bring out even half of his strength. At the same time, he didn't have any footholds he could shift to, which made dodging and blocking the infant dragon's attacks extraordinarily difficult. No, that's not right. So long as I can create a sufficient number of footholds, it might be possible to go up against 3 infant black dragons simultaneously with the dragon's domination's effects. While free-falling down the cliff, Shi Feng suddenly recalled the gigantic holes the infant black dragons created. If he could carve out a sufficiently spacious path into the cliff, then defending himself against the 3 infant dragons wouldn't be an impossible dream. After thinking up to this point, he no longer waited for the abyss's gravitational pull to kill him. Instead, he took out the epic legacy scroll from his bag and activated it, starting another challenge for this legacy land. Chapter 2688, Legacy Land's True Purpose. Chapter 2688, Legacy Land's True Purpose. As soon as Shi Feng activated the legacy scroll, darkness enveloped his vision once more, and the world seemed to spin around him. Everything was just like how he first walked into the dark vortex in the core room. The Legacy Scroll was a treasure highly sought after by the various superpowers, something they were willing to trade even fragmented legendary items for. And it was so coveted because it allowed players to re-challenge the same legacy land. While this function might not seem like much, it was heaven sent for players challenging their Tier 4 promotion quest. Normally, players had only one opportunity to challenge a legacy land. So long as they died, they would be teleported out of the legacy land, and the portal to the legacy land would disappear and reappear in another random location. Even if players found another legacy land portal later on, the chances of that portal leading to the same legacy land were abysmally low. Hence, it was almost impossible to challenge the same legacy land twice, which, in turn, made it impossible to learn from experience. For players, the difference between having a lot of experience when challenging a legacy land and challenging it cold was massive. Their chances of successfully clearing their Tier 4 promotion quest would skyrocket if they had foreknowledge of their legacy land. Hence, the various superpowers in the past had been willing to go as far as exchanging fragmented legendary items for legacy scrolls. In the eyes of ordinary players, this transaction would seem somewhat stupid. In reality, however, the difference between Tier 3 and Tier 4 was like the difference between life in the mud and in the clouds. Moreover, as players reached higher levels, the disparity in strength would only widen. After all, the opportunities Tier 3 and Tier 4 players could encounter and secure during the later stages of the game were completely different. Moreover, there was the difference in the amount of basic attributes Tier 3 and Tier 4 players gained whenever they leveled up. Meanwhile, after a short moment in the darkness, Shurfeng reappeared in the sky above his first legacy land, and like before, his body started free-falling toward the bottomless abyss below him. Moreover, the cooldown of all of his skills and spells had been refreshed, the current situation making it seem as if he had gone back in time. Good. A quick check found that even the additional skills of his weapons and equipment had been refreshed. He immediately activated Gale Domain and flew straight to the nearest cliff. Previously, he had wasted a lot of time observing the legacy land. As a result, by the time he activated Gale Domain, the gravitational force acting on his body had already increased considerably, which had, in turn, reduced his speed and maneuverability by a significant margin. This time, though, as he had activated Gale Domain, almost as soon as he arrived in the legacy land, he was able to fly at nearly double the speed he had before. In the end, he managed to reach the nearest cliff in just 15 seconds, with a lot of flight time, one remaining. Break. After arriving before the cliff, Shurfeng immediately executed Light Shadow at it. Boom. An explosion rang out as rubble went flying. However, to Shurfeng's surprise, the Phantom Greatsword had only managed to carve out a single tear the size of a human adult, barely enough for one person to stand in. Light Shadow's power was actually reduced this much. Shurfeng frowned at the tear in the cliff. The power of Light Shadow was much weaker than he expected. He had given his all in that attack, yet it had barely reached the intermediate rank Tier 4 standard. Had he used such an attack against the infant Black Dragon's Dragon Breath, he definitely would have ended up dead. However, Shurfeng did not dare to waste time. Quickly, he executed Light Shadow against the cliff once more. By the 8th time he executed Light Shadow, Gale Domain finally expired. Fortunately, he had managed to carve out an adequate foothold for himself. With this foothold, he should have enough space to dodge and block the infant Black Dragon's attacks. However, when Shurfeng gazed down at the bottomless abyss, he could not help massaging his temple. Although his current situation was much better than before, he still had massive problems to deal with. Setting aside the 3 infant dragons, just the fact that he needed to carve a path down the cliff was already a huge problem. Each use of light shadow only allowed him to carve out a small hole fit for one person to stand in. The hole was also only 1 meter deep. However, by his estimates, he needed to descend several kilometers to reach the area where he had seen the legacy fragments. In that case, he wouldn't be able to reach the legacy fragments even after executing light shadow for a month. Although he could increase the destructive power of his attacks by using berserk skills were meant to save his life. They should not be used unless absolutely necessary, especially in this godforsaken legacy land. There were simply too many unknown dangers here. If he used up his berserk skills too quickly, he would definitely die when a truly dangerous situation popped up. It seems I have to find a way to increase the power of my attacks. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng concluded that this was his only option. Using summoning tools was impossible while inside a legacy land. Players weren't allowed to summon their personal guards here. In such a situation, the only way he could reach the legacy fragments as quickly as possible was to raise the raw power of his attacks. However, such a feat was easier said than done. The mana technique Light Shadow was currently the strongest move in his repertoire. Even bronze combat techniques could not hold a candle to it. However, if he simply relied on Light Shadow to carve a path down, he wouldn't reach the legacy fragments even if he tired himself to death. He needed a qualitative improvement to his raw power if I wish to increase the power of my attacks. Aside from breaking through the limits of my mana body, the only other option is to improve my mana technique. Without any inspirations, trying to break through the mana body's perfect state is utterly impossible. In that case, I have no choice but to try to master the second sword, Holy Devour. As Shi Feng sensed the mana surrounding him, an idea struck him. Although the environment here is extremely harsh and the density of the mana here is close to zero, my brain doesn't feel any discomfort. The environment here is roughly similar to that inside the Legacy Gate. Could the environment here be created for the purpose of helping players learn mana techniques? Having thought up to this point, Shi Feng felt that there was a high possibility of his guess being correct. Legacy lands were termed as such because they provided guidance to their challengers. They weren't created to extinguish all life. Meanwhile, in low mana environments, players would have an easier time not only sensing the mana flowing within their mana bodies, but also training in mana techniques. This was because the ability to control one's mana played an important role in executing a mana technique. And in a low mana environment, players wouldn't have to deal with as much interference from the ambient mana as they normally would, which, in turn, allowed them to perceive and control their mana better. Moreover, it was important for players seeking to get promoted to Tier 4 to possess an adequate degree of mana control, aside from fully unlocking their mana bodies. After all, the birth of a mana domain relied heavily on a player's ability to control mana. Shi Feng unsheathed the abyssal blade and started trying to execute the second sword, Holy Devour. The most important point to take note of when executing Light Shadow was the shaping of mana. The complexity of the technique involved in doing so could inspire despair even in peak experts. Only domain realm experts that had developed their mana control to a certain extent could execute Light Shadow. Holy Devour, on the other hand, required its user to materialize mana. Without sufficient understanding of the operating principle and structure of mana, executing Holy Devour would be utterly impossible. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU previously, Shi Feng had not held much hope of learning how to execute Holy Devour while he was still at Tier 3. After all, the degree of perception and control of mana required to execute the technique reached inhuman levels. However, due to the faux Saint Devourer's soul marks, his perception of mana had undergone a qualitative transformation. In the next moment, Shi Feng shut his eyes and lightly raised the abyssal blade with both hands. He then manipulated his mana domain to start gathering as much mana as possible around the abyssal blade. After draining all the ambient mana, Shifeng abruptly opened his eyes and swung the abyssal blade at the cliff wall before him. Holy Devour. Chapter 2689, Simplified Holy Devour. Chapter 2689, Simplified Holy Devour. As Shifeng swung down the abyssal blade, a bundle of blazing red flames enveloped the magic weapon, causing even the surrounding space to tremble. In the next moment, the blazing red flames devoured the cliff wall before him. Boom! Along with the sound of an explosion, countless stone fragments went flying. Originally, the cave Shifeng had dug for himself was only the size of a small room. Now, however, the cave had grown to the size of a small house. Moreover, its walls were extremely smooth, as if they had been polished. So strong. Surprise flashed in Shifeng's eyes as he took in the cave before him. He had only been trying to execute Holy Devour. He never thought that he would actually succeed on the first attempt. Although the second sword he executed was many times weaker than the Heavenly Blue Saint's version, and could even be considered incomplete, the power of his attack was already close to the upper rank Tier 4 standard. With such destructive power, his efficiency in carving out a path to the legacy fragments should improve by several dozen times. However, just as Shifeng thought of using Holy Devour, once more his consciousness suddenly wavered, and a stinging pain assaulted his brain. Sure enough, it is still too much for my current self to execute Holy Devour. Shifeng could not help a bitter smile at this situation. He had indeed succeeded in executing Holy Devour. However, the amount of concentration he had consumed by using it once was equivalent to executing over a dozen bronze combat techniques simultaneously. With such a high consumption rate, he would run out of concentration after using Holy Devour 3 or 4 more times. Moreover, he was able to achieve such a result only because his concentration had reached the Tier 4 standard already. Had his concentration remained at the Tier 3 standard, he would have most likely passed out as soon as he executed the first Holy Devour. However, just as Shifeng was thinking of how he could further perfect his Holy Devour to reduce the burden on his concentration, a tremor suddenly rocked the cave. Before he could react to this unexpected development, the rubble scattered around the cave suddenly gathered and formed a humanoid golem that was as tall as he was. The moment the golem took shape, it released a frightening pulse of mana that froze the ambient mana, making it impossible for him to manipulate the ambient mana at all. Outer Path Guardian, non-elemental creature, Grand Lord, level 121 HP 53, 500 000/53, 500 000. A non-elemental creature? Shifeng was a little surprised when he saw the Outer Path Guardian. He'd never heard of the non-elemental creature label before. Normally, if a monster wasn't an elemental creature, they would be labeled with their race, such as giant, elf, wild creature, orc, and so on. Before Shifeng could properly digest this situation, the Outer Path Guardian suddenly appeared before him. Its 2 arms then transformed into razor-sharp rock blades that cut at him, the attack speed it displayed surpassing that of ordinary Grand Lords and nearly rivaling mythic monsters. However, Shifeng was no pushover either. With his extraordinary combat standard and basic attributes, even mythic monsters of the same level would have difficulty landing attacks on him, let alone a Grand Lord whose speed was merely close to rivaling mythic monsters. In the next moment, Shifeng brandished the abyssal blade. Swords transmigration. Pung, pung, pung. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng deflected over a dozen attacks. Immediately afterward, he sent a counterattack cutting at the Path Guardian. In the next moment, a pitch-black sword light cut at the Path Guardian's body. A metallic clang echoed in the cave as the sword light came into contact with the Path Guardian. However, to Shifeng's surprise, not only did his attack fail to injure the Path Guardian, but the impact even made himself stumble half a step back. The abyssal blade he wielded also vibrated violently as if it had just struck on an impenetrable wall. What kind of monster is this? Shifeng stared at the outer Path Guardian in astonishment. The abyssal blade was capable of cutting through even the skin of superior mythics. Yet not only did the magic weapon fail to scratch the outer Path Guardian's body, but the Grand Lord didn't even lose a single HP from the attack. The Guardian's defense was simply heaven-defying. Regardless of Shifeng's surprise, the Path Guardian did not stop its actions, launching attacks at him one after another. Even after fighting for several minutes consecutively, the Path Guardian showed no signs of weakening or slowing down at all. It was like a tireless machine. Although Shifeng had landed over 100 attacks on the Path Guardian, he had failed to cause any damage whatsoever to the Grand Lord. Even Light Shadow was useless against it. Is it invulnerable? Shifeng's head ached as he continuously deflected the Path Guardian's attacks. Previously, he had seen hope of obtaining the legacy fragments. He never imagined that a monster like the outer Path Guardian would appear after he destroyed the cliff wall. Despite the Path Guardian having only a little over 50 million HP, which was very low for a level 121 Grand Lord, he actually failed to make a dent. At this rate, he would collapse from exhaustion before he could even secure the legacy fragments. Time passed quickly. Before Shifeng realized it, over a dozen minutes had elapsed already. However, despite having attacked every possible weak point he could find on the outer Path Guardian, he still hadn't damaged the Grand Lord. To make matters worse, the frozen ambient mana meant that he experienced none of the recovery effects he would normally experience when surrounded by mana. He would collapse from exhaustion after another hour of fighting at this rate. Screw it! Shifeng gritted his teeth and gripped the abyssal blade with both hands before executing Holy Devour against the outer Path Guardian. If even this is no good, I'll have no choice but to use Berserk skills. Holy Devour was currently the strongest move he could execute without transforming into a Black Dragon King. If even Holy Devour was incapable of harming the Path Guardian, he would have to use a Berserk skill to boost his strength further, something he wished to avoid doing if possible. Immediately, a scorching inferno engulfed the outer Path Guardian. Boom! In the next moment, the Path Guardian's body shot out of the blazing inferno like a cannonball and smashed into the back of the cave. Cracks formed on the Path Guardian's originally invulnerable body, and the Grand Lord's HP also fell by over 7 million. It was effective? Shifeng was surprised as he looked at the Path Guardian, lying on the ground. Previously, even Light Shadow failed to damage the outer Path Guardian. However, not only did Holy Devour succeed in damaging the Path Guardian, but its effects even far exceeded his initial expectations. Did I break through its defensive limit? Shifeng wondered. However, he quickly shook his head and denied the thought. No, that's not right. Even if my attack exceeded the Guardian's defensive limit, it shouldn't have produced such overwhelming results. He had plenty of experience in surpassing a monster's defensive limit. Hence, he knew that exceeding a monster's defensive limit wouldn't allow him to suddenly go from dealing 0 damage to dealing over 7 million damage. Moreover, normally, even if one failed to exceed a monster's defensive limit, the monster should still receive some form of damage after receiving an attack. A non-elemental creature, a mana screen, and Holy Devour? Shifeng continuously racked his mind as he watched the outer Path Guardian slowly standing back up. Although he had successfully damaged the Path Guardian already, in his current state, he could execute Holy Devour only 1 or 2 more times. Hence, his situation remained dire. It was necessary for him to identify the reason why he had succeeded in damaging the Path Guardian. Otherwise, even if he activated his Berserk skill, he would only end up wasting it. Following which, Shi Feng arrived before the Path Guardian and executed Light Shadow against it. However, just like the last time he had used the mana technique, he failed to inflict any damage on the Grand Lord. Since Light Shadow is ineffective against it, I'll have to use another method. Seeing the Path Guardian slashing its two blade hands at him, once more, Shi Feng sidestepped, then slipped behind the Guardian. He concentrated his mana within the Abyssal Blade, as if he were executing Holy Devour, but did not let any of the mana escape the magic weapon. Consequently, instead of a blazing inferno, only a small layer of flames appeared around the Abyssal Blade as he sent the magic weapon slashing down at the Path Guardian's back. In the next moment, the Abyssal Blade actually cut into the Path Guardian's sturdy body, inflicting over 1.6 million damage on the Grand Lord. Sure enough, Shi Feng's eyes glowed with excitement at the success of his attack. After seeing that Holy Devour was highly effective against the Path Guardian, while Light Shadow was completely ineffective, it was clear to Shi Feng that the Path Guardian's defensive limit had nothing to do with why one could deal damage to it, while the other couldn't. Instead, the reason for this situation lay in the difference between the two techniques, the method of utilizing mana. Light Shadow was a technique that gave shape to mana, whereas Holy Devour was a technique that caused mana to go berserk before materializing it to exhibit a frighteningly destructive power that could destroy even the very essence of matter. Currently, although he did not fully execute Holy Devour, he had materialized his mana and concentrated it on the Abyssal Blade. By doing so, he was able to drastically reduce his consumption of mana and concentration while still utilizing the effects of materialized mana. Only, the raw power and scale of his attack were considerably smaller compared to those of the real Holy Devour. Basically, he had executed a simplified version of Holy Devour. Meanwhile, after achieving success once, Shi Feng promptly started bombarding the Path Guardian with attacks. In terms of combat power, the Outer Path Guardian was significantly inferior to ordinary mythic monsters. The only thing that made it a challenging foe was the fact that it could be damaged only after certain conditions were met. However, now that Shi Feng had met these conditions, the Path Guardian's 53.5 million HP was nothing. In less than 2 minutes, Shi Feng had depleted all of the Outer Path Guardian's HP. The Guardian's rocky body then crumbled and scattered on the ground. Meanwhile, along with the Outer Path Guardian's death, not only did Shi Feng's experience bar fill up by a significant margin, but a stream of black mist also flowed into his heart. In the next moment, fragmented images appeared before him one after another. At the same time, a system notification also entered his ears. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU System. You have obtained 5 legacy power points. Tier 4 legacy completion rate at 0.5%. When legacy completion rate reaches 85%, you may attempt to activate your Tier 4 legacy. Legacy power? Shi Feng was surprised to see the system notification. He never thought that killing the Outer Path Guardian would actually grant him legacy power. Collecting legacy power using this method would be much easier than trying to descend into the abyss and reach the legacy fragments. Meanwhile, shortly after the Outer Path Guardian died, its body exploded into bundles of light that hovered quietly in midair, expelling all the mana in the surrounding space. Chapter 2690, Unknown Metal Fragments. Chapter 2690, Unknown Metal Fragments. What a powerful phenomenon. Shi Feng's heart was filled with surprise when he saw the dozen or so items quietly hovering in midair. He had seen many kinds of monster loot before. He had even seen loot accompanied by a holy chant. However, this was the first time he had seen or heard of the phenomenon the Outer Path Guardian's loot created. Currently, all mana within a 50-yard radius of the dropped items was getting banished from the area. Even the mana within his body was rapidly depleting. Right now, if a player with a silver mana body were standing here, they would most likely have lost consciousness instantly from mana exhaustion. Seeing this situation, Shi Feng did not dare hesitate for too long. Immediately, he stepped forward and tried to store the loot in his bag space. However, the instant he touched one of the dropped items, a system notification entered his ears. System: this item should not be stored, as it has an extremely powerful repulsion toward mana. Storing it in your epic spatial bag involves a certain degree of danger. Do you wish to store this item in your epic spatial bag? Should not be stored? Shi Feng was quite surprised at the system notification. However, despite his surprise, he still chose to store the loot in his epic spatial bag. After all, he would lose his life if he didn't put the items into his bag space and allowed the mana repulsion field to continue existing. As he stored the items in his bag one after another, the mana environment within the cave gradually recovered. Upon seeing this, he could not help a sigh of relief. How close! These items truly are strange. Had I been a few seconds later in taking action, they probably would have drained all my mana. Sitting down, Shi Feng shuddered involuntarily as he checked the 15 new items inside his bag space. Previously, the Outer Path Guardian was already plenty astonishing, as it could actually freeze the mana around it, preventing players from using the ambient mana. For players that relied heavily on skills and spells during combat, this was a fatal ability. However, these dropped items were even more amazing. They had directly banished all the mana within a 50-yard radius. Not even the mana within his body was exempt. This situation was simply unheard of. If players encountered these extraordinary items without any means to store the items, they would definitely meet their deaths. Despite Shi Feng's wariness toward these items, he could not hold back his curiosity and started inspecting them. After he used his identification skill on these items, he was stunned. He couldn't appraise any of these 15 metal fragments. Even after he activated Omniscient Eyes, all he got was that these metal fragments were named as unknown metal fragment and that they were originally part of a weapon. Crap! What kind of weapon was it? Isn't it a little too amazing? Just its fragments alone are so powerful already. Even legendary weapons are not that powerful. Shi Feng was astonished when he saw the little information Omniscient Eyes obtained. In God's domain, legendary items usually deteriorated into fragmented legendary items because their core component had suffered damage, which prevented them from exhibiting their true might. However, if a legendary weapon got shattered into numerous fragments, rather than becoming multiple fragmented legendary weapons, the legendary weapon would become garbage. Only if the shards were recast and more material was added was there a chance of them becoming a fragmented legendary weapon. Yet, despite not having undergone any rework, the fragments in his bag still exhibited such a powerful mana repulsion effect. Even the strongest legendary weapons he had heard of were unlikely to be so powerful. However, Shi Feng did not dwell on the metal fragments. After getting enough rest, he left them sitting inside his bag space and resumed attacking the cliff wall. Since he now knew that the Outer Path Guardians provided legacy power and that the Guardians spawned from the rubble of the cliff, he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity to kill two birds with one stone get away. However, despite Shi Feng repeatedly using Holy Devour on the cliff wall, not every attack of his caused an Outer Path Guardian to spawn. Roughly one Guardian spawned for every 3 or 4 attacks he executed. As a result, his accumulation of legacy power wasn't going as fast as he initially expected. Moreover, because of the legacy land's harsh environment, which severely hampered stamina and concentration recovery, Shi Feng's recovery rate wasn't particularly fast despite the high-ranking foods and beverages he consumed. At best, it was like he was resting inside an ordinary town. Fortunately, he was familiar with the harsh environments of Tier 4 legacy lands and had made preparations beforehand. Long before he could challenge his Tier 4 promotion quest, he had already tasked Melancholic Smile with stockpiling a large amount of high-ranking foods and beverages in the guild's warehouse for both himself and the rest of the guild's core upper echelon. Hence, he currently had more than enough high-ranking foods and beverages to last him for 2 whole months, as Shifeng relentlessly attacked the cliff and killed Outer Path Guardians. His experience bar filled up rapidly. His mastery over the simplified Holy Devour also improved. Only as the number of Outer Path Guardians he killed increased, the number of unknown metal fragments he obtained conversely decreased. Initially, each kill yielded him more than 10 fragments. Eventually, that number dropped to single digits. Now, he got just 1 or 2 from every kill. As Shifeng progressed down the cliff, he had unknowingly spent 9 days inside the legacy land. After 9 days of constant grinding, Shifeng had reached level 124. If not for Demon God Atlok's soul curse, he would have already reached the level 125 threshold. As for the accumulation of legacy power, he had reached 83% completion rate already, just 2% away from the minimum requirement to activate his Tier 4 legacy. As for the unknown metal fragments, he had collected a total of 96. Meanwhile, a lot had also happened in the outside world during these 9 days. Thanks to the 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids Mushin provided as a deposit, Shifeng could afford to consume 1 bottle per day, meeting the energy requirements of his brain. His body's condition also improved considerably. However, if he wished to recover to his peak state, he still needed life potions. Aside from that, Zero Wing's main force members also started exiting the spatial maze one after another. However, as Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, and 24 or so other players had taken different paths midway through the maze, they remained trapped inside. Along with the return of the majority of Zero Wing's main force, the prosperous Zero Wing flourished even more. After returning to the Eastern Continent, Zero Wing's main force members continuously raided large-scale and super-large-scale team dungeons, enriching the guild warehouse with plenty of rare materials, including the rare materials brought back from the Western Continent, Melancholic Smile, and the others produced batch after batch of level 120 weapons and equipment. Now, when it came to level 120 weapons and equipment, Zero Wing surpassed the various superpowers. For a time, Zero Wing entered the spotlight of the neighboring kingdoms and empires, and many expert players and well-known adventurer teams applied to join Zero Wing. However, during all of this, a very shocking matter got exposed. The true identity of Zero Wing's mysterious guild leader, Black Flame. When this information spread, it shocked the Eastern Continent's various powers. This was especially true for Unyielding Soul, Crimson Emperor, and the Secret Pavilion, superpowers that were partners of Zero Wing. None of them had ever thought that Zero Wing was truly a guild that had no background whatsoever, and that a youth like Shifeng had developed it from scratch. God's Domain's various powers no longer feared Zero Wing. Many powers started secretly targeting Zero Wing's internal members. At the same time, they spent huge sums to snatch the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's disciples and customers of Zero Wing's virtual combat platforms. They even offered astronomical prices to poach Zero Wing's core members, resulting in a brain drain of Zero Wing's internal members and core members day after day. Guild Leader, another dozen core members have applied for withdrawal today. In addition, quite a few training centers and dojos disciples have come challenging our training center's disciples, and several of our disciples got injured. Even Master Lei, Bao himself, got challenged by a mysterious half-step grandmaster martial artist on his way home and ended up suffering heavy injuries. That mysterious expert warned Master Lei Bao that if he remained in Zero Wing, there would be more of such incidents. Moreover, several superpowers have sent representatives to our headquarters. They say that so long as we let them become shareholders of Zero Wing, they'll make all these problems go away, Liang Jing reported in frustration. However, these still aren't the most crucial matters. The biggest problem is that the suppliers that previously provided us with S-rank nutrient fluids and state-of-the-art training facilities now refuse to do business with us. Moreover, nobody is commissioning our guild for tasks anymore. At this rate, we can only rely on exchanging coins for credits to maintain our guild's daily operations. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, I understand. For now, make use of Silverwing City's income to fill in the gaps, Shifeng said, nodding. Also, did you find out which superpower sent that expert that injured Lei Bao? I checked with the secret pavilion. Although the other party hid themselves quite thoroughly, the secret pavilion still managed to find out who sent that expert. It's Dragonheart Island's War Blood Adventurer team, Liang Jing said. War Blood? In an icy tone, Shifeng said, it seems these superpowers really think Zero Wing is some kind of pushover. Do they honestly believe I can't do anything against them? Guild leader, we don't have the home ground advantage on Dragonheart Island. Moreover, Starlink and a few other superpowers have partnered with War Blood. They also have a medium fortress. Right now, our forces are tied up defending Silverwing City and Stoneforest City. If we dispatch a large number of experts to Dragonheart Island, I'm afraid. When Liang Jing heard Shifeng's words, she hurriedly tried to dissuade him from taking any rash actions. I know. I'll handle this matter myself, Shifeng said calmly before hopping back into his virtual gaming cabin and logging into God's domain. Chapter 2691, Breaking Through the Limit. Chapter 2691, Breaking Through the Limit. The gravitational force here is almost the same as what I felt when those infant black dragons appeared. If I continue digging downward, those dragons will most likely notice my presence. After killing another Outer Path Guardian, Shifeng poked his head out of the platform he had carved for himself to look at the bottomless abyss. After 9 days of arduous effort, he had finally reached the altitude where he first came into contact with the infant black dragons. Although the infant black dragons were only Tier 3 Great Lords, they were existences that no individual Tier 3 player could hope to go up against. Not to mention, there were 3 infant black dragons moving together here. Currently, the best way for him to complete his Tier 4 promotion was through killing more Outer Path Guardians and steadily accumulating his legacy power to 85% completion rate. Then, he could activate his Tier 4 legacy. However, as he carved his way down the cliff, the frequency of the Outer Path Guardian's appearance decreased. In fact, the Guardian he had just killed took him nearly an hour to spawn. At this rate, he would most likely enter the 3 infant black dragons' perception range by the time he could spawn the next Outer Path Guardian. In that case, he would have to fight the Outer Path Guardian while simultaneously dealing with the 3 dragons' attacks. Sure enough, the main god system won't let players enjoy such an easy promotion. In the end, I still have to obtain one of those legacy fragments. Shifeng could not help a sigh as he looked at his legacy PowerPoints. With his current standards, so long as he activated a Berserk skill, swiftly killing an Outer Path Guardian while dealing with the attacks of the 3 infant black dragons should be possible. However, he was still short of 3 Guardian kills to reach the minimum 85% completion rate. Even though he had multiple Berserk skills, the likelihood of him being able to spawn and kill 3 Outer Path Guardians during the limited duration of his Berserk skills was extremely low. After all, the last Outer Path Guardian had taken him nearly an hour to spawn. At best, he would be able to kill 1 Guardian after getting discovered by the infant dragons. As for the remaining 2 Outer Path Guardians, he could forget about them because no matter how he looked at it, coping with the infant dragon's attacks for 2 or 3 hours while he continued carving the cliff was simply impossible. This left him with only one option to complete his promotion quest, obtaining a legacy fragment. While legacy fragments didn't carry equal amounts of legacy power, each contained at least 10 points to as much as 40 points. With his current legacy power points, he needed only one legacy fragment to meet the minimum requirement to activate his Tier 4 legacy. Although the completion rate of one's Tier 4 legacy would somewhat influence the success rate of the Tier 4 promotion quest, it wasn't absolute. Legacy power only allowed players to activate their Tier 4 legacy. The more legacy power players managed to collect, the larger the portion of their Tier 4 legacy they could activate. However, after activating and unraveling the secrets of their Tier 4 legacy, players needed to learn the unraveled knowledge in order to complete their Tier 4 promotion quest. Clearing this portion of their promotion quest depended entirely on their own capabilities. The amount of legacy power they accumulated before had no bearing on this part of the quest, and if players failed to learn an adequate amount of knowledge from their legacy within the stipulated time, they would still fail their Tier 4 promotion quest. In the past, the main reason why most Tier 3 experts failed to reach Tier 4 was precisely this second portion, not the failure to acquire a sufficient amount of legacy power. This was also the reason why the stronger a legacy was, the more difficult the Tier 4 promotion quest would be. The stronger a legacy was, the more complex the information contained within it. For example, legacies belonging to the giant and elven race contained incredibly abstruse information. Hence, those playing as giants and elves faced much greater difficulty when challenging their promotion quests. Even if players geared themselves in powerful weapons and equipment, these items would just allow them to obtain more legacy power and open up more knowledge for them to learn. Players still had to rely on their own learning capabilities to complete their Tier 4 promotion quest. Hence, Feng could activate his legacy at 85% completion rate. Reaching 100% wasn't necessary for the completion of his promotion quest. However, trying to reach and obtain the legacy fragments below wouldn't be easy. After all, he had to go up against 3 infant black dragons in the process. There was only so much he could do within the limited duration of his berserk skills. The part where he obtained the legacy fragments would be especially challenging. If a player that did not know how legacy fragments worked were in his shoes right now, they would most likely lose their lives during this process. Players would not automatically obtain the legacy power contained within a legacy fragment. Instead, after securing the fragment, they usually spent between 10 to 20 minutes absorbing the legacy power. And although players did not need direct contact with a legacy fragment to absorb its legacy power, if they went too far away from the fragment, the process would get interrupted and the fragment would shatter. Due to these reasons, players generally needed to complete the process in a safe environment. With the 3 infant dragons harassing Feng, he obviously wouldn't be able to absorb a legacy fragment in safety. He would have to do it while fighting. However, with the berserk skills he had, he simply wouldn't be able to last that long. No, it's not exactly impossible. If I can hold on for some time in my normal state, it might be possible to secure a legacy fragment. After giving the matter some thought, Feng decided to take the risk and try to secure a legacy fragment. After all, he was no longer the same as when he first entered the legacy land. Not only was he able to execute Holy Devour now, but he had even mastered a simplified version of Holy Devour. Although this simplified Holy Devour was not as powerful as the real deal, the raw power it contained was still superior to that of Light Shadow. With this simplified Holy Devour, he might be able to hold his own against the infant black dragons. After taking a deep breath, he took out the Ring of Gospel from his bag and activated Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance. now that he had gotten this far in his promotion quest, and he had to go up against the 3 infant dragons. No matter what, he no longer had any reason to hold back his cards. Upon Ring of Brilliance's activation, the density of the ambient mana gradually increased. As for Shifeng himself, his basic attributes rose by 5%. Although Ring of Brilliance's effects were significantly weakened, every little improvement counted now. After activating both of the Ring of Gospel skills, he jumped off the platform and allowed gravity to drag him down toward the bottomless abyss. A few seconds after he started his free fall to the abyss, a series of dragon roars came from some distance away. As he had predicted, the 3 infant black dragons flew out of the abyss and charged straight at him once more. A short moment later, one of the infant dragons arrived before Shifeng and sent its gigantic claw smashing at him. Seemingly unaffected by Miniature World, the dragon's claw still carried enough power to tear through space. This hit will determine whether I can succeed or not. Having prepared for this attack beforehand, Shifeng promptly lashed out against the approaching claw with the abyssal blade. In the next moment, the blazing red abyssal blade cut at the infant dragon's massive claw. Boom! When the 2 attacks collided, a loud metallic clang echoed throughout the abyss, and dazzling sparks illuminated the space around Shifeng and the infant black dragon. Surprisingly, the dragon's massive claw actually got knocked off course and smashed into the cliff wall nearby, digging out a huge chunk of the cliff. Shifeng, on the other hand, came out of the clash completely unscathed. Moreover, the impact accelerated his descent into the abyss even further. Good, there's a chance. Shifeng grew ecstatic when the abyssal blade deflected the infant dragon's claw. Previously, his greatest worry was that he would not be able to block the infant black dragon's attacks. After all, he did not activate Heavenly Dragon's power, unlike before. Besides, the infant black dragons had the home ground advantage, free of the abyss's suppression. Even with the effects of Miniature World, he would most likely have a difficult time deflecting the infant dragon's attacks. Fortunately, the simplified Holy Devour was sufficiently powerful. Now, even without activating a berserk skill, he could hold his ground against the infant black dragons. With this, what he needed to do next became a lot simpler, following which Shifeng continued free-falling while frantically deflecting the 3 infant dragons' attacks. When he was about to reach the location of the legacy fragments, he activated Gale Domain and forcefully changed his angle of descent toward the legacy fragments. After spotting the location of the legacy fragments, Shifeng promptly activated Power of Darkness, increasing all his basic attributes by 120%, then executed a 2-handed slash at the cliff wall. Holy Devour! A raging inferno immediately devoured the cliff wall, creating a hole with a 30-yard radius. At the same time, a fragmented statue the size of a human adult landed inside the hole, radiating a faint glow and a soul-shuddering divine might. System, you have discovered a legacy fragment. Do you wish to absorb the fragment's legacy power? Absorb, Shifeng said without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, the fragmented statue released an aurora of lights that pierced his body. Crap! Just how much legacy power is in this thing? Shifeng was stunned when he saw the loading bar that appeared before him. According to the loading bar, the absorption process would take 33 minutes. This absorption time far exceeded his expectations. It also far exceeded the total duration of all of his berserk skills. However, under the circumstances, he did not have the leeway to go for a different fragment. If he chose to give up on this fragment, then all of the effort he had put into killing all those outer path guardians would go to waste. At this time, the 3 infant black dragons noticed what Shifeng was doing. Immediately, all 3 of them used dragon breath at him. Damn it! Shifeng's complexion darkened when he saw that the 3 dragon breaths covered the entire cave he was in. Instinctively, he activated absolute defense to protect himself. After the 3 dragon breaths landed, the size of the cave increased significantly, which gave Shifeng a lot more room for maneuvering, following which time flew as Shifeng desperately defended himself against the 3 infant dragons' attacks. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Only 30 minutes had elapsed by the time the duration of Shifeng's final berserk skill, disintegration power, expired. Although he had done his best to fight in his normal state as much as possible and only use his berserk skills when absolutely necessary, he still exhausted all his berserk skills by the 30-minute mark. Without the support of any berserk skills, he had no choice but to rely on the simplified Holy Devour to defend against the 3 infant dragons' attacks. However, although the simplified Holy Devour required less concentration to execute than even Light Shadow, the burden from spamming the technique still took its toll on him. As a result, his complexion grew paler as more time passed. "Human, your time is up. You're almost out of stamina and concentration already while we are still able to continue fighting. Don't even think of leaving alive after you've trespassed into the territory of black dragons." The leading infant black dragon spoke in an ancient language. Despite Shifeng having no knowledge of this language, his mind actually understood the infant dragon's words. No sooner had the infant black dragon finished speaking than the 2 other infant dragons increased their attack rate, giving Shifeng no room to catch a breather. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As the 3 infant black dragons' attack rate continuously increased, Shifeng had no choice but to use his trump cards one after another. Darkness Domain, Thunder God's Descent, Divine Steps, Void Shield. However, his complexion paled subsequently with each trump card he expended. His brain was also plagued by a stinging pain that dulled his control over his body. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Is this it for me? At this moment, Shifeng could tell that he had already exceeded the limits of his concentration, and that he was losing control over his physical body. Now, he couldn't execute the simplified Holy Devour anymore, completely reliant on dodging the 3 infant dragons' attacks to keep himself alive. Void Shield's duration was also about to run out, and as soon as it did, the 3 infant dragons would instantly kill him. Just as Void Shield's duration was about to end, however, a system notification sounded in Shifeng's ears. "System, congratulations! Your Tier 4 legacy completion rate has reached 102%. Do you wish to activate your Tier 4 legacy? Chapter 2692, Tier 4 legacy that surpasses 100%. Chapter 2692, Tier 4 legacy that surpasses 100%, 102%, despite his waning consciousness. When Shifeng heard the system's mechanical voice, he could not help getting startled. In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone accumulating their Tier 4 legacy's completion rate beyond 100%. At best, one could raise it to 100% and fully unlock all the information their Tier 4 legacy offered. Now, however, his Tier 4 legacy had reached 102% completion rate. Just what did that mean? Shifeng did not dwell on the matter. Now that he had met the requirements to activate his Tier 4 legacy, he activated it without hesitation. Unfortunately, even after he had chosen to activate his Tier 4 legacy, the 3 infant black dragons showed no signs of letting up. In the next moment, one of the dragon's claws smashed down at Shifeng. Damn it! Even if players managed to activate their Tier 4 legacy, it did not mean that their promotion quest was over. Only after learning an adequate amount of the information contained in their Tier 4 legacy and leaving the legacy land safely would players be considered to have completed their Tier 4 promotion quest. Since there was no room for Shifeng to dodge the approaching claw, and he had no concentration left to execute the simplified Holy Devour, he chose to block the attack with his two swords. Boom! Shifeng's entire body smashed into the ground with a boom. At the same time, cracks formed on his void shield. Thank goodness, I have the void shield to absorb the attack's damage. Otherwise, that move would have taken away at least 1/5 of my HP. Shifeng inwardly celebrated when he saw the cracks on the void shield. With the infant black dragons having the home ground advantage, even if he had the heavenly dragon's breath strengthening him and suppressing the dragons, the disparity in strength between the two sides was still massive. Only if he activated a berserk skill would he stand a chance against the dragons. However, as soon as Shifeng pulled himself out of the ground, another claw attack came at him. To make matters worse, before the claw attack even arrived, Void Shield's duration ended, and the barrier protecting him shattered into oblivion. The movement speed bonus he received from Void Shield also disappeared. As a result, he could rely on only his normal speed to dodge the approaching claw. Foolish human. Now that you've lost your final card, even though you managed to activate your legacy, you still won't leave this place alive. The leading infant dragon said as it looked down at Shifeng, a hint of ridicule glinting in its golden pupils. It was in no hurry to attack him at all. Sure enough, it is still too much for me. Shifeng did not try to refute the infant dragon's mockery. Instead, he simply looked at the three infant dragons quietly. According to his original plan, after he had activated his legacy, he would rely on his life-saving measures to put more distance between himself and the abyss to lessen the abyss's suppression effect. He would then try to learn his legacy while escaping. However, he never thought that absorbing the legacy fragment would take up so long that by the time he finished absorbing the fragment's legacy power, he would have used up all his berserk skills and life-saving skills already. In fact, he had even pushed his concentration to its very limits. It wouldn't be strange if he simply collapsed and lost consciousness right now. Meanwhile, even though he succeeded in activating his Tier 4 legacy, in his current state, trying to learn his Tier 4 legacy while going up against the three infant black dragons' attacks was simply a fantasy. Although there were differences in complexity between the Tier 4 legacies found in God's domain, normally the more powerful a legacy was, the more difficult it would be to learn it. While he did not know how complex the Blade Saint's Tier 4 legacy was, it shouldn't be easy. Going by his past experiences, players would have only 1 short hour to learn their Tier 4 legacy after activating it. So long as they could learn one of the several topics offered, they would acquire their Tier 4 legacy and complete their Tier 4 promotion quest. In the past, Shifeng had never once managed to learn a topic from his Tier 4 legacy within 1 hour. As for the experts that reached Tier 4, the majority of them had just barely managed to finish learning one topic within 1 hour. And even the record holder for the fastest person to learn a topic from their Tier 4 legacy had spent nearly half an hour to do so. In his current situation, where he had to fight 3 infant black dragons in a high-gravity environment, just how was he supposed to learn a topic from his Tier 4 legacy within half an hour? As Shifeng was smiling bitterly, the sound of a notification entered his ears. System, you have activated your Tier 4 legacy. You have unlocked all 4 learning topics of your legacy. You have 1 hour to learn them. So long as you learn just one topic listed below, you will be promoted to Tier 4. Formless Blade, action type, requires Sword Peak Tier 4, legacy skill when activated. Attacks any target within a 300-yard radius 13 times. Every attack carries 180% strength and causes 240% darkness damage. Cooldown, 15 seconds learning condition. Achieves 75% skill completion rate. Magic Light Assault, action type, requires. Sword Peak Tier 4 Legacy skill when activated. User will transform into the image of a sword that attacks a target within a 500-yard radius. When transformed, movement speed is increased by 300%, strength by 100%, and agility by 100%. Cooldown: 18 seconds learning condition. Achieve 78% skill completion rate. Blade Guard. Action type. Requires. Sword Apex Tier 4 Legacy skill. Draw upon the power of a sword to create a formless wall that absorbs 100% physical damage from one attack. Duration: 3 seconds cooldown. 21 seconds learning condition. Achieve 80% skill completion rate. Blade Domain. Domain type. Requires. Sword Apex Tier 4 Legacy skill. Inject one's own mana into a sword to create a blade domain that covers a 500-yard radius. While Blade Domain is active, user may control up to 7 magic swords, each carrying 180% strength and causing 300% divine damage. Duration: 5 minutes cooldown. 1 hour learning condition. Achieve 85% skill completion rate. For legacy skills at peak rank and above. Moreover, there is even the extremely rare Apex Domain skill. Is this the effect of a 102% completion rate? Shurfeng could not help doubting his eyes when he saw the content of the system notifications. In God's Domain, even for peak legacies, one would be fortunate to see even one peak legacy skill during the Tier 4 promotion quest. In fact, players that activated their Tier 4 legacy at 100% completion rate would only have a chance to learn 2 peak legacy skills. As for Apex legacy skills, there was only a certain chance for them to appear for peak legacy holders. For most players, though, Apex legacy skills were akin to myths. After all, just learning 1 peak Tier 4 legacy skill would grant Tier 4 players the strength to go up against superior mythic ranked monsters of the same level. Unlike ordinary Tier 3 skills and Tier 3 legacy skills, which relied on mana for activation, Tier 4 legacy skills could also use legacy power. By using legacy power to activate a Tier 4 legacy skill, players could continue infusing mana into their skill past the minimum requirement in order to raise the power of their legacy skill. And once a peak Tier 4 legacy skill reached its maximum power, a Tier 4 player fully geared in epic weapons and equipment could use it to stand toe-to-toe against superior mythic ranked monsters of the same level. It was also due to the existence of peak Tier 4 legacy skills that many peak experts had chosen not to complete their Tier 4 promotion quests despite having the ability to do so. For the majority of Tier 3 experts, though, just reaching Tier 4 was already a dream, what more trying to learn a peak Tier 4 legacy skill. Now, however, not only did Shurfeng have 2 peak Tier 4 legacy skills to choose from, but he even had 2 Apex Tier 4 legacy skills. However, Shurfeng's expression quickly darkened slightly. In the past, out of all the advanced Tier 4 legacy skills he was offered during his promotion quests, even the most powerful one only required him to execute the skill at a 70% completion rate to learn it. Now, even the easiest peak legacy skill he was offered required him to achieve a 75% completion rate, whereas the most difficult Blade Domain required an 85% skill completion rate. That was basically asking him to unleash 100% of Blade Domain's power. Normally, when using Tier 4 skills and spells, Tier 4 experts would only be able to achieve a 70% completion rate or so. Even Tier 4 peak experts would be able to activate a Tier 4 skill or spell at 85% completion rate only after long training. After all, the complexity of Tier 4 skills and spells was much greater than that of Tier 3 skills and spells. Now, however, he was given only 1 hour to learn at least 1 peak legacy skill to such a high standard. This was simply impossible. During the time Shurfeng was silently cursing the learning requirements, the 3 infant black dragons hovering in midair swooped down at him. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Die Human. The three infant dragons appeared almost simultaneously around Shifeng and sent their claws smashing at him, their claws forming a perfect encirclement that left no room for evasion. Screw it! It's all or nothing. Since there was no way for him to dodge the incoming claws, Shifeng gritted his teeth and chose to learn the most difficult of the 4 legacy skills offered. Blade Domain. Chapter 2693. Blade Domain's Might. Chapter 2693. Blade Domain's Might. Just as the 3 dragon claws were about to hit Shifeng, paragraphs of texts and numerous images suddenly filled his mind. These texts and images were none other than the introduction to Blade Domain. Right after these texts and images appeared, an invisible ripple from the abyssal blade spread up to 500 yards into the surroundings in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. A moment after the ripple appeared, a frightening shockwave rocked the cave Shifeng stood in. It was so powerful that even a large boulder the size of a human adult went flying out of the cave and plunging into the bottomless abyss. When the 3 infant black dragons hovering above Shifeng saw this, their eyes widened in shock as they stared at the human who was clearly near death's door. So, this is an Apex Tier 4 legacy domain. Shifeng was astonished as he looked at the 3 massive claws that had stopped just 1 yard away from him. Currently, each of the 3 dragon claws was blocked by a 4-meter-long magic sword, unable to proceed even an inch further. System. Blade Domain activated successfully. Skill completion rate, 65%. Learning condition, not met. You may use Blade Domain again in 30 seconds. 65%. It seems I made the right bet. Shifeng breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw the system notification. Truthfully, he was not confident of learning a Tier 4 skill. After all, he had never learned one before, let alone peak and Apex Tier 4 legacy skills. He had been fortunate to activate the Tier 4 skill successfully on his first try. In the past, when he was learning the advanced Tier 4 legacy skills of his class, it took him over 10 minutes just to activate the skills once successfully. And although he was now a domain realm expert, he still was not confident of successfully learning peak or Apex Tier 4 legacy skills within an hour. Meanwhile, in order to resolve his current predicament, he couldn't rely on a skill that provided only offensive or defensive capabilities. A skill that increased his movement speed temporarily also wouldn't do him much good. If he wished to survive, his only option was to learn a domain skill, which could be used for both offense and defense. Moreover, a domain skill was very useful for group combat. Aside from that, he had taken the initiative to learn Blade Domain, which should have been the most difficult skill to learn out of the 4 available options, because he had a big advantage to rely on his affinity for mana. Previously, his affinity for mana was subpar at best. His control over mana wasn't particularly good, either. However, after having his soul strengthened by a soul array, his affinity for and control over mana had risen to whole new heights. Due to this reason, he had chosen to learn Blade Domain. Given the current circumstances, it would seem that he had made the right decision. He had not only succeeded in activating Blade Domain on his first attempt, but even achieved a 65% completion rate. He could also sense that he still had plenty of room for improvement. According to his past experiences and learning skills, if he could successfully activate a skill at 65% completion rate on his first try, then he should be able to raise his skill completion rate to 80% or beyond within the next hour. Human, don't celebrate yet. Although a Tier 4 domain skill is indeed powerful, without a Tier 4 body, you won't be able to exhibit its true power at all. The leading infant black dragon sneered when it saw Shifeng sighing in relief. After saying so, the infant dragon swept its tail at Shifeng and shattered the magic sword that had managed to stop its claw attack earlier. When the 2 other infant dragons saw this scene, they promptly copied their leader's actions, executing a tail swipe. This situation forced Shifeng to reconstruct the magic swords frantically to defend against these tail swipes. For a time, magic swords continuously formed and shattered around Shifeng. However, as forming magic swords required the use of mana, after 20 seconds of this process, Shifeng had already lost 10% of his mana. At this rate, he would run out of mana in just 3 more minutes and would no longer be able to sustain Blade Domain. Human die. So long as we are here, you humans will never lay your hands on the ancient legacy here. The leading infant black dragon bellowed as it looked at Shifeng's pale complexion. At this time, controlling his mana started to feel somewhat taxing. When trying to mold mana into a specific form, one would have an easier time doing so with abundant mana. In other words, as Shifeng's mana decreased, the difficulty of molding his mana into magic swords would conversely increase. He estimated that if his mana were to fall below the 30% threshold, Blade Domain would most likely be unsustainable. Die. When the infant black dragons saw that Shifeng had already lost 20% of his mana, they simultaneously executed a Tier 3 draconic skill, Darkness Smash, with their tails. Combined with their strength, the power this skill could exhibit easily reached the intermediate Tier 4 standard. It simply wasn't an attack the magic swords could hope to stop. Don't even think of killing me so easily. After seeing that 30 seconds had gone by already, Shifeng activated Blade Domain once more. This time, he was much more careful when activating Blade Domain. He utilized only the minimum amount of mana to draw the required magic array on the abyssal blade. Boom! In the next moment, a crater formed in the ground before Shifeng. At the same time, an astonished look appeared on the infant dragons' faces. Shifeng had blocked their attacks again. How did he improve so quickly? When the infant black dragons saw the magic swords that had formed before them, they could not help eyeing Shifeng warily. System. Blade Domain activated successfully. Skill completion rate, 75%. Learning condition not met. You may use Blade Domain again in 30 seconds. What the infant dragons did not know was that when they were forcing Shifeng to create more magic swords and deplete his mana, they had also been helping him familiarize himself with the process of creating Blade Domain's magic swords. As a result, he became increasingly adept at manipulating the domain skill's mana. Hence, he succeeded in activating the skill a second time with much greater efficiency. So that's the case. The activation of Tier 4 skills and spells is no longer dependent on just the technique of players. Instead, it requires the integration of mana control and technique. It's no wonder I had such a difficult time learning Tier 4 legacy skills in the past. When Shifeng saw the power of his Blade Domain increase by a significant margin, realization immediately dawned upon him. After thinking up to this point, he started using even less mana to conjure the magic swords, thereby reducing the volatility of his mana and improving its finesse. Following which, time elapsed. Every time Shifeng activated Blade Domain, he managed to improve its completion rate slightly. 77%, 79%, 81%. As Blade Domain kept strengthening, the 3 infant black dragons grew increasingly dispirited. Initially, they were overwhelming Shifeng. Eventually, they ended up fighting on par with him. Now, he actually held the upper hand in battle, relying on 6 magic swords to suppress them and reduce the number of attacks they could execute. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. You, after 50 minutes or so had passed. System. Blade Domain activated successfully. Skill completion rate, 85%. Learning condition met. Do you wish to be promoted into a Tier 4 Blade Saint and utilize Blade Domain as the core for your mana body? Promote. Chapter 2694, Sword Emperor at last. Chapter 2694, Sword Emperor at last. As soon as Shifeng chose to proceed with his promotion, he felt as if a hidden door in his mana body had opened, and beyond the door was a mana treasury. Not only did the opening of this door increase the total amount of mana he wielded by a significant margin, but even the excess mana his body radiated had undergone a qualitative transformation. If the mana he radiated before was in a gaseous state, then the mana he radiated now would be in a liquid state. The density and purity of his mana were on a completely different level than before. Moreover, as the dense mana inside this treasury spread throughout his body, Shifeng's waning consciousness perked up considerably. He could conjure up 6 magic swords with little to no effort, and the mana constituting these magic swords was so dense that the swords looked and felt as if they were solid metal. In the next moment, Shifeng sent a magic sword stabbing at the leading infant black dragon. The sword crossed the distance of 10 yards instantly and caught the infant dragon completely off guard. The magic sword pierced the infant dragon's tough scales and left a deep gash on its body, the injury causing the infant dragon to shriek in pain. As for the 2 other infant dragons, although Shifeng had also sent magic swords stabbing at them, as the 2 of them were farther away, they were able to react to his attack in time, defending themselves with their claws. Even so, when their claws clashed with the magic swords, both infant dragons got knocked back by over a dozen yards, the impact causing their claws to tremble. At a glance, it was obvious that the strengths of the 2 sides were no longer on the same level. Is this the true strength of a Tier 4 class? Shifeng was surprised and excited when he saw the magic swords successfully injuring and repelling the infant black dragons. System, congratulations! You have become a Tier 4 Blade Saint Sword Emperor. You have activated the Apex Legacy Core. All basic attributes plus 2,000. All resistances plus 150. Mana recovery rate increased by 100%. All basic attributes increased by 100%, and physique increased by 150%. All physical and magical attacks below Tier 4 received will be weakened by 30%, rewarding 100 legacy skill points. Just in terms of basic attributes, he had already reached a realm that Tier 3 players could only look at in despair, let alone the boost to his physique. If a Tier 3 player did not possess the set of extraordinary weapons and equipment, they would merely be cannon fodder in front of a Tier 4 player. Besides, there was the astonishing transformation in the quality of his mana. He was like an entirely different creature compared to when he was still at Tier 3. In God's domain, mana was the foundation of all life. Without mana, there would basically be no life. From fighting the infant black dragons, Shifeng understood just how much a player's mana would affect the potency of their skills and spells. Now that his mana was practically liquid, even if he had the same basic attributes, combat standards, and physique as a Tier 3 player, the said Tier 3 player still wouldn't last more than a few moves against him. After all, the power of the skills the 2 of them wielded would be on completely different levels. However, even though Shifeng had successfully repelled the 3 infant black dragons, he did not dare to idle around. He immediately manipulated his mana and formed his mana domain, then flew up and away from the bottomless abyss. He had no intention of clashing with the 3 infant dragons at all. Currently, he might have reached Tier 4 already and even gained the strength to hold his own against the 3 infant black dragons. But that was it. Killing the 3 infant dragons was still impossible for him. After all, now that he had gotten promoted to Tier 4, he could no longer spam Blade Domain like before. Once Blade Domain's duration ended, he would be forced to utilize his own body to clash with the infant dragons. With his limited stamina, he would definitely fall first before he could kill the 3 infant dragons. Now that he had already achieved his goal, he naturally had no reason to continue fighting the 3 infant black dragons. The sooner he left this dangerous place, the better. Fortunately, So long as players reached Tier 4 in God's domain and managed to form the passive-type mana domain, they could fly using their own mana, no longer reliant on external items to do so. Despicable human, don't even think of leaving. The 3 infant black dragons saw through Shifeng's thoughts. They widened their mouths and blew dragon breath at him without hesitation. In the next moment, the 3 dark beams the 3 infant dragons released merged into one and rapidly extended toward Shifeng, the resultant beam turning everything in its path into an empty void. The AoE of the beam made escaping its range in time impossible. However, despite the combined dark beam's approach, Shifeng showed no sign of fear at all. On the contrary, a hint of excitement and anticipation gleamed in his eyes. He had just been promoted to Sword Emperor and was still unfamiliar with his new strength. When he was controlling Blade Domain's magic swords, he had merely executed the most basic forms of attack using them. He was extremely eager to see just how strong he was now that he had risen to Tier 4. Meanwhile, the 3 infant dragons' combined dragon breath was undoubtedly the perfect target for testing his strength. In the next moment, Shifeng started executing his defensive combat technique, Sword's Orbit, using the 6 magic swords he had conjured, creating a defensive sphere that covered a 30-yard radius around him. Boom! When the massive beam of light came into contact with the beautiful galaxy of stars around Shifeng, space around them suddenly transformed into an empty void, as if Armageddon had just arrived. If other players were to see this scene, they would definitely be dumbfounded. While looking at the empty void that had formed above them, the 3 infant black dragons revealed a smirk on their faces. The combination attack they had just executed was far stronger than a single dragon breath. It was also the strongest move the 3 of them possessed. Although Shifeng had already been promoted to Tier 4, if he received the attack without using an invulnerability skill, he would still sustain heavy injuries. However, when the empty void started recovering to its original state, the smirks on the infant dragons' faces disappeared, replaced with a look of shock. After all, at this moment, let alone Shifeng's suffering injuries, even his equipment wasn't scratched. It was as if their combination attack was nothing but a light breeze to him. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Even an advanced combat technique has been strengthened to such an extent. Shifeng was astonished as he looked at the empty void around him. Although he had known that Sword's Orbit was up to defending against the 3 infant black dragons' combined dragon breath, as he now possessed much greater basic attributes, he never thought that he could stop their attacks so easily. Earlier, he had clearly used Sword's Orbit just like normal, yet it was as if the technique had transformed into a magic array. The moment he executed Sword's Orbit, the ambient mana had actually gathered around him and strengthened the power of his technique to the point where it was equivalent to a Tier 4 defensive skill. Given Sword's Orbit's performance, Shifeng suddenly felt that, if not for Blade Domain's limited duration, he might really have a chance of killing one of the 3 infant black dragons. Meanwhile, seeing that Blade Domain's duration was about to run out, Shifeng hurriedly controlled his mana and flew to the space-time vortex in the sky above the bottomless abyss and disappeared from the legacy land, leaving behind 3 dumbfounded infant black dragons. Chapter 2695, Sudden Change in God's Domain. Chapter 2695, Sudden Change in God's Domain, Exodus, Tales V2. Chapter 1, Sudden Change in God's Domain. Damn it! That heaven-blessed bastard got away. We're doomed. What should we do? How do we explain this to that great personage? Anger and panic filled the eyes of the 3 infant black dragons as they watched Shifeng leave the bottomless abyss through the space-time vortex. A sense of helplessness also suffused their trembling voices when they spoke. Our original plan is already ruined. Now that the legacy has been stolen, that great personage will definitely not spare us once he finds out. At this point, all we can do is scatter and flee. Otherwise, none of us will survive. That's our only option now. Hopefully, that great personage will focus his anger on that heaven-blessed bastard, so that our chances of survival will be a little better. After the leading infant dragon spoke up, the three quickly reached a consensus. They then flapped their black wings, their hearts brimming with anger at Shifeng as they fled the bottomless abyss. Simultaneously, they also gloated over the misfortune awaiting him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the space-time vortex, Shifeng was wholly unaware of the discussion that had just taken place among the infant black dragons. After experiencing a momentary blackout, like before, he found himself back inside the secret room of Zero Wing's residence in Silverwing City. I did it! Tier 4. I became a real Tier 4. An indescribable sense of joy and excitement welled up within Shifeng as he observed the liquid mana surging toward his body from all around. The dense mana continuously replenished his body's depleted mana and mended his haggard spirit. He had finally accomplished the goal that had eluded him in his previous life. Moreover, he had even reached Tier 4 with the hidden class Blade Saint. In terms of basic attributes and skills, what the Blade Saint class offered was leaps and bounds stronger than ordinary Tier 4 classes. Now, he was a true powerhouse in God's domain, and even the various NPC kingdoms would have to respect him. As Shifeng reveled in his success, the system's cold, monotonous voice suddenly entered his ears. System announcement: God's domain will undergo a major update. Simultaneously, the new expansion pack, Heroes Return, will be activated. All players will be logged out in 30 minutes. The update's estimated duration is 1 natural day. The system announcement appeared 3 times consecutively. Inevitably, everyone in God's domain was shocked. Shifeng was no exception. A major update. How is this possible? Shifeng looked at the system announcement displayed before him in confusion. Even after he reread it several times, incomprehension and doubt still filled his eyes. There were plenty of system updates in God's domain. However, even in his previous life, the game had undergone only 2 major updates throughout his 10 years of gaming. The first major update occurred 3 years after God's domain's official launch. There had already been plenty of Tier 4 players in the game at that time, and Tier 3 players were everywhere. Some players had even started attempting their Tier 5 promotions. Now, how long had it been since God's domain launched? God's domain's first major update was also the most memorable event for Shifeng. The update had shaken the entire world, transforming God's domain into the world's only game and entertainment. After the first major update, God's domain had become a completely different world from before, no longer the virtual reality game everyone thought it was. God's domain had become an existence beyond everyone's imagination. Players were no longer players, but a group of special entities in God's domain. Be it God's domain's NPCs or monsters, both had existed as real people after the update, with their own lives and personalities. They had existed for the sake of survival. These changes had made God's domain a completely different world, no longer just a virtual reality game, but an existence that could instead affect the real world. At this moment, Shifeng wasn't the only person puzzled by the sudden arrival of this major update. Many players and the upper echelons of major powers were similarly surprised and confused by this situation. A major update, and it's even going to take 1 natural day? What is going on? Crap, I haven't even reached Tier 3, yet the system's going through an upgrade. Is the system trying to take my life? For a while, players in God's domain voiced their complaints about and exasperation over the sudden system update. The update duration of 1 natural day caught everyone off guard, and they didn't know what to do with this unexpected free time. After all, at this point, God's domain had long since become a part of their lives. Logging into God's domain every day had already become an instinct. The previous system updates had lasted only a few to a dozen real-world hours. This 24-hour system update was simply maddening. Anyone who entered God's domain as part of the first batch of players knew that the difficulty of leveling up and killing monsters would increase substantially after a system update. The requirements for players' techniques would also increase. Hence, the major update would undoubtedly be a nightmare for players who had yet to reach Tier 3. The arrival of this update would also bring a massive change for the various powers in God's domain. After all, this update would reduce the number of players capable of reaching Tier 3. The difficulty and resources required to nurture their guild's internal experts would also increase. This, in turn, would cripple their current development plans, and they would have to restart their planning from scratch. However, while some powers felt dissatisfied and angry over this major update, others were overjoyed, especially the new powers and corporations that had joined the game just recently. The increase in the difficulty of leveling up and obtaining resources would undoubtedly destabilize the status quo in God's domain. If the newcomers properly grasped this opportunity, they could replace God's domain's veteran powers. The atmosphere among God's domain's various powers became extraordinarily tense. While frantically poaching talents and purchasing resources, many of these powers also drastically reduced the resources for ordinary and low-potential members. In turn, this prompted many guild players to leave their respective guilds for greener pastures. While God's domain's various powers were taking action, Liang Jing hurriedly contacted Shifeng. Guild leader, all major powers are currently purchasing coins and resources on a large scale. Shall we start buying as well? Liang Jing asked anxiously. That won't be necessary. Shifeng couldn't help chuckling when he heard Liang Jing's words. Haven't those superpowers been constantly preventing us from acquiring funds? We'll now dispose of all the coins we earned through Silverwing City during this period. Let them buy as much as they want. Guild leader. Shifeng's words took Liang Jing aback, her mind unable to comprehend his intentions. The various powers were currently doing all they could to purchase coins and resources, yet Shifeng wanted to sell Zero Wings coins in bulk. Once the system update ended, Zero Wing would end up in a pinch. Just do it. Shifeng smiled, but didn't offer any additional explanation. According to past system updates, purchasing coins and resources in bulk was indeed the correct move. However, the system update this time would be different from previous ones. After the major update, not only would resources not be scarce, but obtaining them would become easier instead. Even leveling up would become less taxing. However, the major update wasn't all sunshine and rainbows either. After the major update, whether external or internal, the requirements for players' promotion would become more stringent. Notably, the changes made toward mana would require a greater understanding and control of mana to manipulate it properly. Hence, all peak experts in his previous life had also been master magicians. Right. Once everyone goes offline, have melancholic, and the others meet me in the conference room. I have something to discuss with them, Shifeng said. He hadn't gained only a newfound understanding of mana during his Tier 4 promotion quest, but also a strange metal that repelled mana. This was his first time seeing such a metal. So long as this item wasn't damaged beyond repair, they could refine it into a weapon or equipment. The mana repulsion effect was beneficial to players. After all, mana was everything in God's domain. There would be no life without mana. Naturally, monsters couldn't survive without mana. If he could successfully recast the metal, he would have the capital to contend against the various superpowers. Such an item would be helpful when he explored dangerous forbidden lands to acquire resources necessary for conquering the Tier 4 promotion quest. In God's domain, high-level Forbidden Lands contained most of the resources capable of helping players reach Tier 4. Although Shifeng had already reached Tier 4, if he visited these places by himself, the best he could do was survive. He wouldn't be able to conduct a proper exploration of these locations. During his previous life, the various superpowers typically sent teams of Tier 4 players to explore these places. Going alone would be suicide. Okay, I'll contact them now. Liang Jing then disconnected the call. Frozen World, Frostheaven City, Frostheaven's headquarters. Due to God's Domain's sudden system update, Frostheaven had also hurriedly convened a meeting to discuss the changes that would occur to the game. Currently, over a dozen people sat in the magnificent conference room. Every one of these people was an existence capable of shaking the real world with their every step. At this moment, however, these people had nervous expressions as they looked at the middle-aged man seated at the front of the room. This middle-aged man looked very amiable. Although he had an unyielding appearance, the aura he gave off felt like a spring breeze. However, none of the people present could relax in his presence. That's it for the meeting, the middle-aged man said, adjourning the meeting. He then shifted his gaze to Mushin and the petite girl beside her, saying, Mushin, Krue, both of you stay behind. Yes, sir. As if they had received an amnesty, everyone unrelated promptly rushed off, leaving the middle-aged man, Mushin, and the petite Krue sitting quietly inside the large conference room. Uncle Hong, do you have good news to share? Mushin asked fawningly as she looked at the stern, middle-aged man. Little girl, you're still pretending? Do you honestly think you can hide the fact that you've invited Zero Wing from everyone? Nonchalantly, the middle-aged man added, You should know how rare this opportunity is. This will be a gathering of titans. Even those so-called superpowers can only dream of joining. This is also an opportunity for Frostheaven to become a true titan, yet you invited some unknown outsiders to participate. Upon hearing this, Mushin automatically turned to Krue beside her. In response, Krue stuck out her tongue playfully and smiled, expressing, So what if I told on you? Mushin sighed and shook her head in helplessness toward this little sister of hers. Uncle Hong, while they are indeed outsiders, you shouldn't underestimate their strength either. This goes especially for Black Flame, Mushin said unhurriedly. How strong can he be? He's merely a peerless expert in the eyes of ordinary people. The middle-aged man referred to as Uncle Hong shook his head. You should know what kind of people we are dealing with. Those people are the truly talented, possessing frightening potential and special bloodlines. They even have the full support of those major corporations. The peak experts on the secret pavilion's experts list and the various superpowers' peerless experts are but the tip of the iceberg. Uncle Hong is right. Being just stronger than average is nothing to those people, Krue said as she nodded with a smile. However, Black Flame is really strong. He can single-handedly contend against Tier 4, faux Saint Devourers. Although he can't be a part of the main force this time, he can still provide support from the sidelines, Mushin explained. He can hold his ground against a devourer. Uncle Hong was slightly surprised by this information. It seems this person is indeed strong. Humph, what's so amazing about contending against a devourer using brute force? Plenty of my subordinates can too, Krue said disapprovingly. Upon hearing Kurue's words, Mushin had to resist the urge to pinch the girl's cheeks. She just explained, Uncle Hong, that person has a mana domain as well. He will be of significant help with our plans. He has a mana domain. This revelation piqued Uncle Hong's interest. This will indeed be of help to us. However, I'm afraid these things still aren't enough. You should know, as well, that an individual's strength is very limited in this upcoming operation. Moreover, the location we're visiting this time is extraordinary. So, I will have to personally inspect whether Zero Wings members can join this operation. "You'll inspect in person?" Mushin exclaimed in surprise. Uncle Hong's identity was preeminent. The guild leaders of super guilds, and even those at the helm of major corporations, had to treat him with respect. If he visited Zero Wing's headquarters and news of it got out, it would cause a sensation among the various major corporations. "Of course." In a severe tone, Uncle Hong said, "The operation this time is of utmost importance. We cannot afford carelessness." But the time is almost up. This system update is also going to take one whole day. We'll be tight for time if we proceed with the inspection. Mushin objected. "Don't worry. We'll just pay Zero Wing's headquarters a short visit. It won't take much time," Uncle Hong said, smiling. "Since you've made up your mind, leave Zero Wing's inspection to me, Uncle Hong," Kurue suddenly suggested. "Zero Wing is a local tyrant. If they join in the operation this time, they will behave arrogantly. Also, seeing how much Big Sis admires that person's strength, I'm thinking of bringing Tian Chung of Frost Heaven's 10 Swords along. 1, we can test whether Black Flame is as strong as Big Sis says. 2, we can show Zero Wing that not just anybody can join Frost Heaven's secret operation. Even if Zero Wing passes the inspection, they'll know how to behave during the operation." Mushin fell speechless upon hearing her little sister's words. The 10 Swords were geniuses the Boulder Corporation had nurtured using all their technology and resources. Every one of them was a monster among monsters. They were also among the core combatants for the upcoming operation. It would be overkill to test Zero Wing using one of the 10 Swords. "Mushin, what do you think?" Uncle Hong asked. "I don't have any objections." Mushin agreed after giving the matter some thought. In her opinion, Shi Feng shouldn't have any problems going up against Tian Chung with his strength. "Good. Then if Zero Wing's strength is no good, you'll have to modify your agreement with them," Uncle Hong said, nodding. "I understand." Mushin nodded obediently. Although she was the Boulder Corporation's heir, she couldn't go against her Uncle Hong's decisions. "Big Sis, I have great expectations for you." Kurue revealed a cute smile before logging off. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU hopefully. His performance won't disappoint Uncle Hong too much, Mushin prayed inwardly after seeing Kurue leave. She had incurred a considerable expenditure to invite Zero Wing this time. If she annulled their contract, she would have to provide a lot of compensation. Meanwhile, in the top-floor conference room of Zero Wing's headquarters, Shi Feng, who had just logged off, was sorting through the unknown metals information when he heard a knock on the door. Subsequently, the door to the conference room opened slowly, and a clear and pleasant voice came from outside. "Guild leader, they're here." Chapter 2696, Ancient Fragments. Chapter 2696. Ancient Fragments, Exodus Tales, Chapter 2696. Ancient Fragments under Liang Jing's lead, melancholic smile, and several other people entered the luxurious and spacious conference room. Dressed in white lab coats, the group looked very much like a bunch of scientific researchers. At this time, melancholic smile, and the others looked much more worn out than before. Exhaustion was apparent on their faces, and their hair was a mess, as if they had just recovered from a serious illness. Shi Feng couldn't help his surprise at this situation. "What's the matter with you? Why do you all look so haggard?" Shi Feng asked curiously. Since Zero Wing was now a large organization, it had plenty of management and production talents. There was no need for melancholic smile and the others to handle everything personally. "Guild leader, I want to file a complaint," protested Cream Cocoa, who had a shy personality. "A complaint?" Shi Feng was taken aback. Cream Cocoa was a master forger of Zero Wing. She also ranked among the top 3 in forging standards. It was only a matter of time before she became a grandmaster forger. Countless people in Zero Wing were hoping to get her to make them a weapon. If these people were to form a line, it would stretch from one end of Fonlin City to the other. After all, although Cream Cocoa and other master forgers had a meager chance of producing epic weapons and equipment, their chances of making dark gold weapons and equipment were considerable. In God's domain, epic weapons and equipment were exceedingly rare. Even the core members of first-rate guilds wouldn't necessarily own one. Hence, level 100-plus dark gold weapons and equipment could already draw envy from passers-by. What more custom-made dark gold weapons and equipment? To put it simply, nobody in God's domain would dare bully Cream Cocoa. Anyone who did would be fortunate if Cream Cocoa just outright ignored them. Yes, I want to complain. Guild leader. Cream Cocoa said resolutely, "What do you want to complain about?" Sherfong asked curiously. "Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow." Cream Cocoa said with her cheeks puffed out, "They're too much. Guild leader, you need to give me justice." "They're bullying you? That can't be, right?" Sherfong couldn't help being surprised once more. Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow were the vice guild leaders of Zero Wing. They managed the guild properly, and everyone in the guild also respected them. He found it hard to imagine the two bullying a cute girl like Cream Cocoa. The two vice guild leaders asked us to complete 500 customized dark gold weapons in 5 days. They even threatened to cut our research funding if we don't meet the quota. Cream Cocoa complained, "Guild leader, you're a master forger too, so you know how difficult it is to make level 100-plus dark gold weapons. Let alone 5 days. We'll barely be able to make 500 in 10 days. The whole forging department has been working overtime, but we are still short 300 weapons after 3 days. No matter how you look at it, we can't complete them within the next 2 days." Melancholic smile, and the others nodded in agreement with Cream Cocoa's words. Customized, level 100-plus dark gold weapons were not cabbages. They were delicate works that required all of a forger's attention. The slightest mistake would lead to failure. That many? The number Cream Cocoa reported shocked Sherfong. 500 customized dark gold weapons was a significant number. Moreover, these weapons were level 100-plus weapons. So many of such weapons could elevate a first-rate guild's core team's overall combat power to a whole new level. What weapon did those two ask you to make? Sherfong asked. "It's this one." Cream Cocoa pulled out a tablet from her coat and swiped her finger across the screen, transferring the information on her tablet to the conference table's holographic projector. The projection of a black spear appeared above the table. The spear was as tall as an adult human, and engraved on it were intricate magic patterns. The spear looked extraordinary at a glance. What a powerful spear! Surprise filled Sherfang's eyes as he read the spear's detailed information. Thunder Spear. Spear, dark gold, consumable, level 110 equipment requirement. Strength 2000 ignore, levels plus 30 ignore defense. Throwing distance increases according to the wielder's strength with a maximum of 3,000 yards. Causes 1,000% lightning damage to a 20-yard radius upon impact. How is this even a weapon? It's a long-range missile. Unfortunately, the spear was only for one-time use. If it had no limit, raiding field bosses would be child's play. Even Tier 2 players could easily challenge Tier 4 mythic bosses with such a spear. If they could mass-produce this spear, siege warfare would become a joke. However, Sherfong also had to admit that the Thunder Spear's production was truly challenging. The required materials were secondary, costing only 20 gold or so in all. The crucial problem was the drawing of the magic patterns. If one weren't at the Master Magician standard, the production success rate would drop dramatically. Guild leader, please talk to the vice guild leaders. 5 days is too short. We need 10 days at least, Cream Cocoa pleaded pitifully. I can talk to them about it. Sherfong nodded. He felt that Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow were indeed being difficult. That's great. You're the best, guild leader. Cream Cocoa breathed out a sigh of relief. However, no sooner had Cream Cocoa finished speaking than Sure Fong did a U-turn, saying, "However, I hope you all can do your best to make 3,000 Thunder Spears during this period." Guild leader. Cream Cocoa couldn't believe her ears. "I'm not trying to trouble you." Slowly, Sure Fong explained, "This item is indeed very important, especially with Zero Wing lacking in high-end combatants. With this trump card, we can teach those hostile superpowers a lesson." The various superpowers currently didn't recognize Zero Wing as a superpower because of the guild's lack of high-end combatants. However, a sufficient number of Thunder Spears could compensate for the guild's inadequate combat power. "Of course, I won't make you work in vain." Sure Fong chuckled as he looked at Cream Cocoa's bitter face. He then brought out the unknown metals information and said, "So long as you guys can complete this task, I'll let you research this metal." Cream Cocoa immediately criticized Shurfeng's words in her mind, lumping her guild leader and vice guild leaders in the same group. He was completely ignoring her wishes and ruthlessly using her as a beast of labor. She couldn't engage at all in the crafting job she liked. However, after seeing the information displayed above the table, she fell into a daze. Besides Cream Cocoa, Melancholic Smile, and the other Master Forgers present were also stupefied, a passionate flame igniting in their eyes as they stared at the projection above the table. "It expels all mana. How is this possible? There's such a metal in God's domain." Cream Cocoa and the others muttered to themselves as if possessed. The exhaustion on their faces had also vanished completely as countless thoughts flooded their minds, as if the door to a new world had just opened to them. Sure Fong wasn't surprised by this situation, either. For those devoted to the forging profession, a material like this only appeared in their dreams. After all, mana was the foundation of all things in God's domain. If one could completely expel mana from an object, one would be unstoppable. Just the thought of producing a weapon using such a metal excited these master forgers greatly. "Why does this look familiar?" Cream Cocoa mumbled as she read the metal fragments information. "Familiar? You've seen them before?" Sure Fong asked with concern. These metal fragments were so mysterious that even his omniscient eyes couldn't glean any information from them. Hence, he planned to give it to the forging department for research. I think I read about them in an ancient book." Cream Cocoa nodded after giving the matter some thought. This type of metal existed in ancient times. However, it wasn't something that appeared naturally in God's domain, but was created by ancient gods. Moreover, based on the appearance of these metal fragments, they should originally be parts of a whole. "You're right. These metal fragments, indeed, look like the fragments of a sword," Sure Fong said, nodding. "Yet, for some reason, they can't be fused like fragmented legendary items. Although they can't be fused, I have a way to put these fragments together," Cream Cocoa said. "But I'm not certain if this kind of patchwork will allow the weapon to exert its former power and effects. You have a way." Sure Fong was even more surprised to hear this. These fragments were extraordinary. If they could be repaired to a certain extent, and the resulting weapon only had the effect of expelling mana, it would still be a great weapon. "There shouldn't be any problems," Cream Cocoa said with greater confidence. "Okay, I'll leave these metal fragments with you. Just ask Melancholic for the materials you need." Sure Fong did not doubt Cream Cocoa's confidence. After all, her talent was no joke. Only the short time she had come into contact with God's domain limited her. "You said it yourself, guild leader. You must open all materials in the guild's material warehouse to me," Cream Cocoa said, beaming at Sure Fong. All lifestyle players desperately needed precious materials. However, let alone legendary materials. Even inferior legendary materials were hard to come by. Not even super guilds would give lifestyle players of her caliber free use of such materials. Now that Shifeng gave her carte blanche to use such materials, she naturally couldn't let this opportunity get away. Sure. Shifeng nodded, after giving the matter some more thought, though. He added, however, you still need to use them conservatively. Collecting those materials wasn't easy. Please rest assured, guild leader. I promise you I won't use them all, Cream Cocoa promised with a smile, afraid that Shifeng would take back his approval. Cream Cocoa behaved like a child who had just gotten a new toy, and Shifeng didn't know whether he should cry or laugh as he looked at her. Afterward, he sent all the information relevant to the metal fragments to Melancholic Smile and the others. As for whether the fragments could be repaired, he would leave that to luck. By the way, Guild Leader, the Azure Chamber of Commerce's members arrived yesterday. They are currently training with our guild's core members, and Duan Hanshan is their leader. However, as you have been busy, I didn't bother you about it. Liang Jing suddenly said. Duan Hanshan came in person? This piece of news puzzled Shifeng. Duan Hanshan was a giant in the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Typically, sending a management staff for a training meeting between guilds would be more than enough. It was inconceivable that a big shot like Duan Hanshan came in person. Do you want to meet them now? Liang Jing asked. Since Duan Hanshan came here in person as the guild leader, I naturally have to meet him. Make the necessary arrangements. Shifeng said. I'll get it done now. Liang Jing promptly left the conference room. Meanwhile, as Shifeng discussed the ancient fragments with Cream Cocoa and the others, 2 men and 2 women walked toward Zero Wing Tower. And leading this group was an amiable, middle-aged man. After observing Zero Wing's internal members coming and going from the building for some time, Kuruei, the cute girl in a red dress, turned to the peerless beauty beside her. Smiling, she said, Big sis, it looks like Zero Wing is only average. Not only are there barely any people here, but most of them haven't even reached the refinement realm yet. I can't imagine what powerful experts Zero Wing can offer the operation this time. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, although Zero Wing's headquarters prosperity wouldn't necessarily have any relation to Zero Wing's strength, it should still reflect some of it. Mushin remained silent in response to Kuruei's comment. While she knew that Zero Wing had just recently emerged, she never thought that the guild's headquarters would have so few members stationed in it. Moreover, the average strength of these members was appallingly weak, let alone superpowers. They couldn't even hold a candle to the members found in the various pseudo-superpowers' headquarters. All right, let's go in and have a look. Uncle Hong frowned slightly. However, he didn't dwell on the matter, entering the lobby of Zero Wing's headquarters together with Mushin and the others. Chapter 2697, Inspecting Zero Wing. Chapter 2697, Inspecting Zero Wing Tower's lobby, with a ceiling soaring 9 meters high. The lobby looked very much like a small stadium. Aside from the reception for visitors, it also had a cafe and a lounge area, as well as a virtual combat platform for the guild's internal members to entertain themselves and visitors. Due to these reasons, quite a lot of people had gathered in the lobby. When Mushin and her companions entered the lobby, they quickly noticed several hundred people thronged the virtual combat platform. These people were spectating a duel between Zero Wing's internal members, and the scene was very lively. After seeing Mushin's group entering the lobby, one of the front desk receptionists approached them and asked, "Hello, are you here to look around Zero Wing's headquarters? Or do you have other business to attend to here? AR, my 2 nieces are interested in Zero Wing, so I brought them here for a visit today," Uncle Hong explained with a smile. Certainly, the receptionist smiled and took out 4 visitor cards. You may visit up to the 9th floor with this visitor card. The floors beyond are only for internal members. If you have any questions after your tour, feel free to consult with the front desk. Thank you. Uncle Hong nodded and accepted the visitor cards. Afterward, the receptionist returned to her position at the front desk and allowed Mushin's group to roam about the building freely. Zero Wing Sure is generous. They're actually allowing outsiders to tour their headquarters. This will save us a lot of trouble, Kuruei commented in surprise as she received a visitor card from Uncle Hong. Usually, the various large guilds would place tight restrictions on their headquarters. Aside from the lobby, they generally wouldn't allow outsiders to visit other locations. They might be trying to lure more people to join Zero Wing, Mushin said. She more or less understood Zero Wing's circumstances. Although Zero Wing was prospering in God's domain, it remained an unknown entity in the real world. Despite having gone to great lengths to secure a guild headquarters, Zero Wing still lacked talents. Letting visitors tour its headquarters would undoubtedly give players unaware of Zero Wing's existence a better understanding of the guild. There are quite a few people here, but it's a pity that there are hardly any experts. Even the two people dueling are only at the half-step refinement realm, Kuruei commented as she looked at the battle taking place at the virtual combat platform. She could tell the two duelists' combat standards at a glance. I think we should be more cautious when partnering with such a guild. Our plan involves a lot of things. If outsiders see that we can't even find capable helpers, they'll start looking down on Frost Heaven. However, even after Kuruei finished speaking, Uncle Hong, Mushin, and Tian Chung surprisingly remained silent as they stared at a group of young men and women standing among the crowd. How unexpected! Zero Wing really cannot be underestimated. They've actually kept such talents hidden, Uncle Hong praised as he looked at the several youths. Talents? Kuruei stared at those ordinary-looking youths in confusion. Young miss, you shouldn't underestimate those people. Although their auras aren't apparent, they are bona fide experts. That blue-haired guy, in particular, has completely restrained his aura. If I hadn't scrutinized him, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be aware of his existence. Tian Chung, the seemingly vulnerable and honest youth standing beside Kuruei, explained quietly, honestly, I'm not confident I can win against him. How is that possible? Tian Cheng's words stunned Kuruei. She suspected that the latter was joking with her. Tian Chung was one of the peerless geniuses Frost Heaven cultivated. Not only had he reached the domain realm at a young age, but he also had a naturally gifted brain. His processing speed was much faster than ordinary people's. Even the older generation domain realm experts wouldn't necessarily be his match. How could Zero Wing possibly cultivate an expert rivaling Tian Chung? They shouldn't be Zero Wing members, Mushin suddenly said. They're not. Uncle Hong was slightly surprised. For such youthful experts to appear in Zero Wing's headquarters, how could they not be Zero Wing members? I've seen their information before. Although they look somewhat different in God's domain, their appearances are roughly the same. That blue-haired youth should be Solitary Frost, the strongest of Azure's younger generation. I heard even Violet Sword values him greatly, Mushin explained. Unlike Uncle Hong, who managed the guild from behind the scenes, Mushin was responsible for the guild's intelligence network. Hence, she had a much better understanding of God's domain's various powers than Uncle Hong, especially when it came to the various superpowers' younger generation. She placed great importance on collecting such information. Why would Azure's peerless genius run all the way here? Kuruei grew even more puzzled at this revelation. The various superpowers treasured their peerless geniuses. They would shower these geniuses with all sorts of precious resources and require them to undergo strict training regimens every day. They wouldn't let these people leave their headquarters at will. Tian Chung was a similar case. If not to inspect Zero Wing's strength this time, he wouldn't have received permission to leave Frostheaven's headquarters. Zero Wing really is interesting. Not only did Azure's peerless genius come running over, but so did an old fellow from Azure, Uncle Hong said as he gazed at a cool-headed, middle-aged man resting and drinking tea in a corner of the lobby. Old fellow? When Kuruwei checked the focus of Uncle Hong's attention, her mouth dropped wide open subconsciously. The man Uncle Hong was looking at was none other than Duan Hanshan, the strongest person of the Duan family's second generation. Duan Hanshan's reputation in the virtual gaming industry was in no way inferior to Uncle Hong's. Or, to put it in another way, she had grown up listening to the stories of these men. For such a big shot, to visit Zero Wing's headquarters personally was definitely big news. At the same time Hong Xinyuan noticed Duan Hanshan. Duan Hanshan also noticed Hong Xinyuan's presence. The two of them then smiled at each other. "Come, let's head over," Hong Xinyuan said, smiling. After saying so, Hong Xinyuan made his way to Duan Hanshan. As for Mushin and the others, they obediently followed him while bating their breaths. "Old Hong, what brings you here?" Duan Hanshan greeted Hong Xinyuan with a smile. "My two nieces are interested in Zero Wing, so I came to look around," Hong Xinyuan replied perfunctorily. "However, I'm curious as to why the Western Continent's ice demon is here. There still shouldn't be much interaction between the Eastern and Western continents." The Azure Chamber of Commerce mainly operated on the Western continent, and the businesses it had on the Eastern continent were very few. No matter how he thought about it, there shouldn't be much contact between Azure and Zero Wing. Narrowing his eyes, Duan Hanshan refused to believe a single word from Hong Xinyuan's mouth. He then stroked his beard and said flatly, "It's nothing. I just brought some of Azure's newcomers for a training meeting with Zero Wing." "You guys are here for training?" Hong Xinyuan reflexively arched a brow at Duan Hanshan, doubt coloring his face. Let alone Hong Xinyuan. Even Kuruwei thought Duan Hanshan was messing with them. Although she was a newcomer who had just entered the virtual gaming industry recently, she knew that the Azure Chamber of Commerce possessed an extraordinary foundation. It stood high above ordinary superpowers. In comparison, Zero Wing was a new guild that had just emerged along with God's domain. Who would believe that Azure would send its top talents to receive training from Zero Wing? "What, don't believe me?" Duan Hanshan chuckled. "If we were in a super guild's headquarters, I would definitely believe you, but Zero Wing—" Hong Xinyuan chuckled and shook his head. Some guild operations indeed had to be kept confidential and could not be disclosed to outsiders. However, in Hong Xinyuan's opinion, Duan Hanshan's excuse was simply too poor. Saying that Azure's top talents had come to teach Zero Wing's newcomers would be more believable. "I knew you wouldn't believe me." Duan Hanshan's smile grew even brighter when he heard Hong Xinyuan's reply. He then pointed at the nearby virtual combat platform and said, "We're going to have a coaching battle with Zero Wing in a moment. Since you don't believe me, how about we make a bet?" "Bet? How are we betting?" Hong Xinyuan asked out of curiosity. "Didn't you bring a newcomer too?" Duan Hanshan glanced at Tian Cheng. Calmly, he said, "I can see he's quite good. How about you have him replace one of my newcomers? However, this is a precious spot, so I can't just let your newcomer join for free. I'll have to collect 5 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid as a deposit." Hong Xinyuan nearly choked at Duan Hanshan's proposal. Not only was Duan Hanshan asking his side to contribute manpower, but he was even asking for 5 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. Duan Hanshan was too shameless. "Don't be in a hurry to reject me." Upon seeing Hong Xinyuan's dark face, Duan Hanshan added, "If you win this bet, I'll pay you back double." "It seems you're quite optimistic of Zero Wing's members." Hong Xinyuan was somewhat surprised. 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid were enough to supply a top talent for half a year, a significant amount to any superpower. Sort of. Duan Hanshan nodded. However, if you lose, you'll have to compensate me with an additional 10 bottles. Hong Xinyuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Why did Duan Hanshan make it sound as if they would lose no matter what? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, when had Frost Heaven's reputation fallen to such a degree? How about it? Want to bet? Duan Hanshan asked hastily when Hong Xinyuan remained silent for some time. However, Hong Xinyuan wasn't a young and arrogant rookie. He didn't pay any attention to Duan Hanshan's goading at all. Instead, he turned to look at the honest-looking Tian Cheng. Tian Cheng, what do you think? Hong Xinyuan asked. Chapter 2698, Zero Wings Hidden Strength? Chapter 2698, Zero Wings Hidden Strength? Upon hearing Hong Xinyuan's question, Kurue hurriedly signaled Tian Cheng to agree. After all, this was an excellent opportunity to disrupt Muxin's plan. Tian Cheng was the 5th strongest person among Frost Heaven's 10 swords. Out of everyone in Zero Wing, only Black Flame could possibly contend against him. However, Tian Cheng surprisingly did not answer right away. Uncle Hong, may I use my full strength in the match? Tian Cheng asked. The 10 swords were different from Frost Heaven's ordinary members. It was imperative that they conceal their strength from outsiders. Unless they received explicit orders from the upper echelon, they couldn't show their full power even if it meant suffering defeat. Tian Cheng's question didn't surprise Duan Hanshan. After all, this was also the case with the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Only during the annual competition before did Solitary Frost and the others have their restrictions lifted. You can use your full strength when necessary, Hong Xinyuan said after giving the matter some thought. Zero Wing's Black Flame possessed the strength to contend against the mythic-ranked foe Saint Devourers. If Black Flame stepped forward as Zero Wing's representative, Tian Cheng would undoubtedly lose if he held back his strength. Such an outcome wasn't what Hong Xinyuan wished to see. After all, his goal here today was to establish Frost Heaven's prestige. I don't have any problems, then. Fighting spirit flared in Tian Cheng's eyes. Good. I'll leave it to you, then. Hong Xinyuan nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to Duan Hanshan and said, Old Ice Demon, we have a deal. Initially, Hong Xinyuan had been considering how to go about making Zero Wing aware of Frost Heaven's might after doing a brief inspection of Zero Wing's headquarters. Now, it would seem he could save his efforts. That's settled. Duan Hanshan chuckled. He then turned to the blue-haired youth nearby and said, Guhan, one step down for now. Let this kid take your place. Him. After scanning the honest-looking youth standing beside Duan Hanshan, Guhan asked reluctantly, Are you sure? Immediately, both Tian Cheng and Hong Xinyuan had the urge to puke blood. Just how much were others underestimating Frost Heaven nowadays? However, Hong Xinyuan did not explode in anger. He merely signaled Tian Cheng with his eyes, conveying, You know what to do? They would let the Azure Chamber of Commerce know just how powerful Frost Heaven was through this duel. After a while, the coaching battle between Zero Wing and the Azure Chamber of Commerce officially began. At this time, more people thronged the virtual combat platform. Whether it was Zero Wing's members or Azure's members, both were ecstatic. I heard that a newcomer from Frost Heaven is taking Guhan's place. I wonder how many seconds that newcomer can last. I heard the best record so far is only 16 seconds. 16? In that case, Frost Heaven's newcomer should last 10 seconds. 10? Bullshit. I bet he won't last more than 6 or 7 seconds. The sudden substitution for the coaching battle sparked a heated discussion among the audience. In particular, Azure's members placed all their focus on guessing how many seconds Tiancheng could last in the duel. This situation had Kurue gnashing her teeth and dumbfounded Mushin. Is it because Frost Heaven hasn't made any major movements recently? Is everyone treating us as pushovers already? Mushin felt that something was amiss as she eavesdropped on the discussions. The behavior of Azure's members was too strange. Every one of them spoke as if being able to last only several seconds against Zero Wing's representative was something to be proud of. None of them possessed the consciousness of an expert at all. After Tiancheng sat within the virtual combat cabin, the door on the other side of the cabin slowly opened. A young and beautiful girl then walked in, sat on the battle seat directly opposite Tiancheng, and gently donned the link helmet. However, contrary to Tiancheng's expectations, his opponent did not exude an expert's temperament and sharpness at all, the girl next door type. Are you kidding me? Anger immediately stirred in Tiancheng's heart when he saw this girl. Initially, he thought that Zero Wing would send a great expert to fight him. He had even sought permission from Hong Xinyuan to use his full strength. However, not only did Zero Wing not send Black Flame to face him, but even the guild's 2 vice guild leaders did not show up. Instead, it fielded a little girl. Zero Wing was thoroughly underestimating Frost Heaven. Old Ice Demon, this is the guild you have high hopes for. Hong Xinyuan chuckled involuntarily as he inspected Violet Cloud. After seeing Duan Hanshan's confidence, Hong Xinyuan had very nearly believed that there was more to Zero Wing than met the eye. However, given the current circumstances, it would seem he had been worried for nothing. Although Violet Cloud was indeed talented for reaching the Void Realm at such a young age, she was still way behind when compared to Tiancheng. In fact, Tiancheng should end the fight within seconds. Of course. Upon seeing the smile on Hong Xinyuan's face, Duan Han similarly smiled and suggested, "Why don't we add to the wager, then?" "What? Are you regretting your decision?" Hong Xinyuan smiled. "No. In addition to the previous wager, how about we bet 100,000 magic crystals?" Duan Han suggested happily. "What if I don't accept?" Hong Xinyuan asked. In Hong Xinyuan's opinion, Duan Han was simply trying to scare him into canceling their bet. With the major update God's domain was undergoing, the prices of magic crystals and various materials were bound to increase. Hence, the various superpowers were currently doing their best to collect as much of these resources as possible. No one was willing to sell. Moreover, 100,000 magic crystals was a considerable sum. One even Hong Xinyuan wouldn't wager casually. "It doesn't matter if you refuse. It's up to you," Duan Han said indifferently. "Okay, I'll bet with you." Hong Xinyuan agreed after seeing Duan Han give up so readily. "Good. I knew you were a good person." Duan Han chortled. "A good person?" Hong Xinyuan found Duan Hanshan's words strange. B-Tin/B. Meanwhile, during their conversation, the holographic screen outside the combat cabin also displayed the battlefield Violet Cloud and Tiancheng stood on. The battlefield was a barren wilderness, with the 2 players 100 yards apart from each other. Both of them retained their attributes, levels, and equipment from when they logged out of God's domain. At this time, Tiancheng sported 6 pieces of epic equipment. The spear he held also gave off a dark glow and made the surrounding space tremble slightly, even while idle. With one glance, it was obvious that the spear was an extraordinary magic weapon with attributes that definitely surpassed those of ordinary epic weapons. As for Tiancheng, he had already reached level 119. His level ranked at the top, even among the entirety of God's domain. "Hee, now you know how powerful our guild is," Kurue muttered. However, contrary to Kurue's expectations, The crowd outside the combat cabin didn't reveal any surprise or exclaim in shock, remaining remarkably calm. On the other hand, complicated feelings flashed in Mushin's eyes as she looked at the holographic screen. It was as if she had just seen something unbelievable. Kuruei followed her elder sister's gaze. Violet Cloud, level 121. Violet Cloud was 2 levels higher than Tian Chung, level 121. Kuruei was dumbfounded. Frost Heaven had mobilized all its resources to help Tian Chung reach level 119, yet a cleric from Zero Wing was actually 2 levels above him. Inside the virtual combat space, Tian Chung was also surprised. He never imagined that someone would surpass him in terms of levels, and by 2 levels at that. It seems you're quite capable. However, this level difference won't bring you any advantages, Tian Chung said as he looked at Violet Cloud. On the other hand, fighting in such an open wilderness is a huge disadvantage for a magical class like yourself. You won't have any room for evasion. That might not be the case. Violet Cloud shook her head, disagreeing with Tian Cheng's opinion. Is that so? Let me see if you're right. Then, after saying so, Tian Chung suddenly charged at Violet Cloud, leaving behind an afterimage in his original location. Tier 3 skill, Shadow Thorn. Due to the virtual combat cabin's limitations, he couldn't replicate 100% of his strength in God's domain. However, his physique and basic attributes were the same as what he had in the game. While ordinary Tier 3 players might take some time to cross 100 yards, Tian Chung boasted the Tier 3 hidden class Dragon Spear Warrior. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Violet Cloud and thrust his spear at her. A flurry of spear images rained down on the cleric, every one of them distorting space. This attack was Tian Cheng's best technique, something even domain realm experts found challenging to receive. A combination of magic and martial arts. Duan Hanshan immediately understood the underlying principles of Tian Cheng's technique, and he had to admit that the youth was indeed very talented. While Tian Cheng's technique might look like a series of simple thrusts, these attacks actually formed a magic array that allowed them to integrate into one. Tian Cheng's mana manipulation ability was simply inhuman. The power of his attack was definitely on par with mythic monsters of the same level. If this attack struck a magical class player, the result would undoubtedly be instant death. Just as Kuruei felt proud of Tian Cheng's performance, a sigh entered her ears. That guy sure is brave. He actually entered melee range. He's dead for sure. Kuruei quickly dismissed these words. After all, if not a melee, how should a melee player fight a magical class player? At range, even a greenhorn wouldn't speak such nonsense. Defying Kuruei and the others' expectations of a quick retreat and a counterattack once Tian Cheng's assault ended, Violet Cloud held her position. Moreover, she even took the initiative to meet Tian Cheng's attack. Just when the rain of spears was about to land, Violet Cloud swung her staff horizontally and raised her free hand to receive the fierce assault. Not only did this scene stun the spectators outside the combat cabin, but even Tian Chung himself was puzzled. A magical class player trying to receive a melee player's attack without spells was simply suicide. However, when Violet Cloud's hand was about to come into contact with the spear images, a twofold magic array suddenly appeared on her palm. Tier 3 defensive spell, Amethyst Barrier. After summoning the Amethyst Barrier, Violet Cloud waved her hand once more, pushing out the crystalline barrier. The next moment, not only did the spear images scatter upon clashing with the Amethyst Barrier, but the barrier even continued pressing forward toward Tian Chung, forcing the latter to dodge it. Tier 3 defensive spells can be used like that. Kuruei was stunned when she saw Violet Cloud nullify Tian Cheng's attack. Defensive spells in God's domain were generally stationary. They couldn't be moved once cast. The main reason for this was the inhuman level of mana control required to execute such a complex feat. This was something beyond even domain realm experts. Yet Violet Cloud had done it. Meanwhile, just as Tian Chung dodged the amethyst barrier and was about to launch another attack on the cleric, he suddenly froze in shock. Over 300 magic blades had appeared around Violet Cloud, dancing around her like sprites. Every one of them carried enough power to decimate heaven and earth. Without giving Tian Chung a chance to catch his breath, these magical sprites immediately shot at him. Double-speed casting? Tian Chung hurriedly executed a defensive combat technique while simultaneously activating a Tier 3 defensive skill. The next moment, a pitch-black phantom emerged from Tian Cheng's body and spread toward the oncoming magic blades. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions occurred in midair, the sound reverberating throughout the battlefield. The spatial fluctuations occurring were even visible on the virtual combat platform's holographic screen. Tian Cheng's defense could be said to be perfect. He had already reached consummate mastery over his domain. Every one of his actions had been simplified to the extreme, and they created an iron wall before him. 3 seconds later, a person's silhouette flew out of the dust veiling the battlefield and smashed into the ground. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, how is this possible? Kurue was stupefied when she identified this silhouette. After all, this person was none other than Tian Chung. Chapter 2699, A Foregone Conclusion. Chapter 2699, A Foregone Conclusion. I actually lost. Tian Chung wore a dazed expression when he woke up back inside the combat cabin. For a time, his thoughts lingered on the final moment of the fight. What exactly happened to Tian Chung? How did he get defeated so suddenly? Questions flooded Kurue's mind as she stared at the holographic screen. Tian Chung was clearly holding his own against the magic blades a second ago, yet in the next second, he got devoured by them. This situation was like a nightmare. Tian Chung had combined a bronze defensive combat technique with a Tier 3 defensive skill. Even Tier 4 mythic monsters couldn't have harmed him. How could a Tier 3 cleric like Violet Cloud possibly land an attack on him? However, unlike Kurue, none of the spectators around the Frost Heaven contingent were surprised by this situation. Azure's members, in particular, even felt that this was a reasonable outcome. She seized his mana. Mushin gasped deeply as she looked at Violet Cloud's figure displayed on the screen. Her control over mana is already at the Tier 4 standard. She has full control over the mana within her sphere of control, and players below Tier 3 cannot use mana to fight her. In God's domain, players would start learning how to manipulate mana after reaching Tier 2, and to advance to Tier 3, they had to construct a mana body, which allowed them to manipulate the ambient mana to power and enhance their skills and spells. However, if players couldn't utilize the ambient mana, then their skills and spells would be drastically weakened. In contrast, once a player's control over mana reached the Tier 4 standard, they could control all the mana within a 50-yard radius or more. And within this range, the skills and spells they used would far surpass that of ordinary Tier 3 players. With the combination of these two effects, even though Tian Chung had vastly superior combat standards, he was still no match for Violet Cloud in terms of overall combat power. Realization dawned upon Kurue when she heard Mushin's explanation, and complicated emotions filled her heart as she looked at Violet Cloud. She's not much older than me, right? Kurue mumbled to herself. Could she be the incarnation of a Tier 4 NPC? Not only did Violet Cloud reach the Void Realm standard at such a young age, but her control over mana had also reached the Tier 4 standard. This was a feat that veteran domain realm experts had yet to accomplish. Hong Xinyuan, sitting beside Kurue, reacted surprisingly calmly to the duel's outcome. In fact, a hint of appreciation even appeared in his eyes as he looked at Violet Cloud. "Old Hong, you didn't lose unjustly, right?" Duan Hans Han asked as he stroked his beard. "It seems you figured me out long ago." Hong Xinyuan didn't get angry over losing 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid and 100,000 magic crystals. On the contrary, a smile even appeared on his face. Of course, any well-informed superpower could find out about that matter. Duan Hansan nodded. "You didn't lose for nothing this time. You should know that Elder Sinful Flame lost to this young lady in our internal competition. You should be laughing at your harvest." However, what Duan Hansan didn't know was that the current Violet Cloud was much stronger than when she fought against Sinful Flame. This time, she didn't rely on her staff to raise her concentration to the Tier 4 standard. Instead, she had reached Tier 4 by relying on herself. In other words, her mana control had improved by a significant margin. Yes, this is a worthwhile loss. Hong Xinyuan also couldn't help smiling at Duan Hanshan's words. This trip wasn't in vain, after all. "Uncle Hong." Hong Xinyuan's happy reaction confused Kurue. That was 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid and 100,000 magic crystals they were talking about. This was a significant sum, even for Frost Heaven. "That's right. This is a worthwhile loss." Mushin also smiled. Frost Heaven's operation this time was of utmost importance. It might even affect the situation of God's domain. It was naturally better for the foreign aid they requested to be as strong as possible. Although Tian Chung couldn't display his full strength with the virtual combat platform, the abilities Violet Cloud had revealed thus far were already more than enough to qualify her as a capable helper. "Mushin, you did a good job this time," Hong Xinyuan praised Mushin. "I am only trying to help the guild." Mushin smiled in delight. It wasn't easy to earn Hong Xinyuan's praise. "Afterward, notify Black Flame that I will give Zero Wing 20 slots for our secret operation. Also, aside from the 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid, the Boulder Corporation will also give Zero Wing 3 slots to enter the upper zone if the operation succeeds," Hong Xinyuan said, smiling. "Uncle Hong." Mushin was shocked. For a moment, she even thought her ears were playing tricks on her. "Uncle Hong, aren't you giving too much?" Kurue's eyes were also wide with shock. She wondered whether Hong Xinyuan had lost his mind. Zero Wing was an outsider. Giving the guild some items and credits should already be more than enough. Yet, Hong Xinyuan was actually offering those precious slots as remuneration. If the corporation's grand elders were to learn of this, they would definitely jump in shock. After all, many of these grand elders' children and grandchildren didn't even get those slots. How generous of you, old Hong. If I remember correctly, you shouldn't have that many reserved slots in hand, right? Duan Hanshan was also astonished by Hong Xinyuan's decision. To ordinary people, entering the upper zone was but a dream. To the wealthy, this name was something they all desired. The upper zone was a special region the Green God Company had constructed, and only select megacities had it. In total, there were fewer than 60 upper zones worldwide. Meanwhile, the main reason why countless wealthy people sought to enter the upper zone was longevity and youth. According to statistics gathered 50 years ago, the average life expectancy of people living in the upper zones had already reached 130 years. In addition, residents could remain in their prime up to 80 years old. In other words, an 80-year-old person living in an upper zone could be as physically fit as a 50-year-old person living in the outside world. And this was only the statistics from 50 years ago. The upper zones offered many other benefits. However, only residents would know what these benefits were. Meanwhile, the number of people allowed to enter the upper zones every year was limited. Moreover, one wouldn't necessarily be able to enter an upper zone just by having money. One also needed to meet certain conditions. Of course, the Green God Company would also reserve a number of slots for the international corporations that were its partners. However, this number was so incredibly small that these corporations couldn't bear giving any of their slots to outsiders. Only those who had made great contributions could receive a slot. For Hong Xinyuan to offer 3 slots to Zero Wing was an unreasonably generous move. I can still afford to give away 3 slots, Hong Xinyuan said, clicking his tongue. However, while he pretended not to care very much, the distress in his eyes couldn't escape any of the experts present. It seems you have it tough. As well, Duan Hanshan said, as he gave Hong Xinyuan a complicated look. Of those present, only he knew of some of the reasons behind Hong Xinyuan's decision. However, Duan Hanshan's words bewildered Mu Xin and Kurue. All right, our goal has been achieved. We should go now. Hong Xinyuan chuckled without giving an explanation. He then turned around and walked out of the lobby, showing no intention of staying even a moment longer. After Hong Xinyuan's group left, Gu Han, who was standing some distance away, approached Duan Hanshan. Elder Duan, why did Frost Heaven pay Zero Wing a visit this time? Gu Han asked out of curiosity. It's nothing important. Duan Hanshan took a deep breath, complex emotions darkening his eyes as he watched Hong Xinyuan's group exit the building. It's just that a big change is imminent, and the time you youngsters have is dwindling. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, a big change. Gu Han grew even more confused at Duan Hanshan's words. Just as Gu Han was about to ask more questions, Liang Jing walked out of an elevator and approached them. Elder Duan, our guild leader would like to see you, Liang Jing said respectfully. It seems your guild leader finally decided to come out. He really kept this old man waiting. Nodding, Duan Hanshan continued, It just so happens I want to talk to him about the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Lead the way. This way, please, Elder Duan. Liang Jing led Duan Hanshan to the express elevator to the building's top floor. Chapter 2700 Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Disappearance. Chapter 2700 Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Disappearance, Zero Wing Tower, top floor reception room. Shifeng, meeting you truly isn't easy. This old man has waited 2 whole days, Duan Hanshan said facetiously as he took a sip of tea on the sofa. Despite Duan Hanshan's jocular words, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he looked at Shifeng. He could feel something different about Shifeng, yet he couldn't put his finger on it at the moment. In God's domain, Shifeng felt like a vast ocean. Now, although he still gave off a calm and vast feeling, Duan Hanshan could also feel hints of wind and rain coming from the youth. It was as if this calm could explode at any moment. In fact, Duan Hanshan could even feel a faint trace of danger from Shifeng right now. However, this feeling was intermittent, leaving Duan Hanshan uncertain. Shifeng himself didn't notice this change. After completing his Tier 4 promotion and exiting his virtual gaming cabin, he only felt that his thoughts had become sharper and nothing more. This situation also puzzled Shifeng somewhat. Unlike the previous breakthroughs he had, his body didn't become deprived of energy because of the breakthrough. On the contrary, his current physical condition was surprisingly good. He had not entered a state of weakness after this breakthrough. Elder Duan, you jest. I truly had to go to great lengths to get out of God's domain, Shifeng explained. May I know why you decided to visit Zero Wing's headquarters personally this time? Did something big happen? Duan Hanshan was the Duan family's representative in the Azure Chamber of Commerce. His status was not the slightest bit inferior to that of the guild leaders of super first-rate guilds. No matter how one looked at it, there was no way someone of such status would escort a bunch of newcomers for training. This was especially true for Azure. a superpower that focused on commerce. Azure was much busier than combat-oriented guilds, as it had to maintain a vast and accurate information network. You really are a straightforward person. You behave nothing like the guild leaders of other powers. Duan Han chuckled. However, I am similar to you in this aspect. In that case, I'll get straight to the point. Indeed, I didn't come here for the training meeting, but another major event. This matter might even have something to do with Zero Wing. A major event that concerns Zero Wing? Shifeng couldn't help growing curious. May I know what this event is, Elder Duan? If even an individual like Duan Han spoke of this matter as a major event, then it had to involve the various superpowers. However, based on what he heard from Liang Jing, aside from the system update, there shouldn't be any other major events in God's domain recently. You should be aware of what happened to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, right? Duan Han asked. Yes. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's 3 pavilion masters disappeared together with their close aides, and there has been no news of them, even now, Shifeng replied, nodding. The 3 pavilion masters' disappearance had caused an uproar among the various superpowers. He had also asked Mu Lingsha to inquire into the situation, but she still hadn't discovered anything thus far. The matter I spoke of is somewhat related to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Duan Han said, his expression growing serious. 2 days ago, the guild leader and vice-guild leaders of the 9-star family all disappeared. The 9-star family's leadership disappeared? How is this possible? Shifeng was stunned by the news. Not only was the 9-star family a super first-rate guild, but its background was even stronger than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilions. According to rumors, the guild had suddenly gained the support of a powerful corporation. It currently occupied a portion of several empires and was close to catching up with Starlink. Moreover, the 9-star family had 6 vice-guild leaders who independently managed the guild branches in different empires. The fact that all of them had disappeared overnight was even more unbelievable than the simultaneous disappearance of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's 3 pavilion masters. As for the possibility of someone attacking the 9-star family's headquarters, that was even more impossible. After all, powers of such caliber possessed comprehensive security systems. Even several grandmaster martial artists shouldn't be able to kidnap these people in secret. News of this matter has been blocked. Not many superpowers know of it, Duan Han said in a quiet tone. What does this have to do with Zero Wing? Shifeng grew even more curious after hearing Duan Hanshan's words. Could the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion have a hand in this matter? No. Duan Han shook his head. According to Azure's investigations, both the Dragon Phoenix Pavilions and 9-star family's leaders disappeared after secretly meeting with Saint's Hand. And according to inside information from the 9-star family, after the guild's leaders disappeared from the game, a group of mysterious people took their gaming cabins away. A group of mysterious people took their gaming cabins. Is this Saint's Hand's doing? After hearing Duan Hanshan's explanation, Shifeng suspected that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had faced a similar situation. Also, did you find out where their cabins were transported to? While we still don't know if this incident is related to that mysterious bunch in God's domain, we did find out where the cabins were transported to, Duan Han replied, chuckling. Where? Shifeng asked curiously. Logically, with the forces the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and 9-star family wielded, the 2 guilds should have been able to locate their leaders quickly. However, even now, there was no news from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. This was truly a bizarre situation. The upper zone. Duan Han said these words one by one. The upper zone. The fog enveloping Shifeng's heart grew heavy. He simply couldn't understand what was going on. Phoenix Rain was merely one of the leaders of a super first-rate guild. Why would someone of her status be dragged into such a huge incident? Shifeng knew a little about the upper zone. It was a special region capable of extending the lifespan of its residents. However, not just any wealthy person could enter it. In the eyes of the upper zone's residents, ordinary corporations were no different from ants. Even the leaders of the major corporations backing the Azure Chamber of Commerce would have to maintain a low profile, while inside the upper zone, all the more someone like Phoenix Rain. It wouldn't be far-fetched to say that there shouldn't be any relations between Phoenix Rain and the upper zone. Saint's Hand is deeply involved in this matter. I came here this time to tell you that it's best not to provoke Saint's Hand too much during this time. Who knows? Zero Wing might end up becoming the next 9-star family. Duan Hanshan warned earnestly. Provoke Saint's Hand. Revealing a bitter smile, Shifeng said, I've never taken the initiative to provoke them. To occupy the Orc Empire, Saint's Hand had already set its sights on Silverwing Town. It wasn't that he wanted to provoke Saint's Hand. Rather, the other party had already resolved to take his life. However, you don't have to worry too much about this. Either, Duan Hanshan said, chuckling. Don't need to worry? Shifeng asked, puzzled. Although he had adequate strength now, he was certain the security of Zero Wing's headquarters was far from comparable to that of the 9-star families and Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's headquarters. Frost Heaven's Hong Xinyuan has promised that so long as Zero Wing helps Frost Heaven complete the task you two agreed on, he will give Zero Wing 3 reserved slots to enter the upper zone. Duan Hanshan said, smiling. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. Any superpower would laugh to death if they received such a wonderful opportunity. You should know how extraordinary the upper zones are. Those places are possibly the safest locations in the world. Although both the 9-star family and Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were super first-rate guilds, the corporations backing them lacked the power to secure slots to enter the upper zone for the guild's leadership. Otherwise, the two guilds wouldn't have faced such a predicament. This piece of news rendered Shifeng speechless. Just what is Frost Heaven trying to do for it to be so generous? These were reserved slots for the upper zone they were talking about. All else aside, just the upper zone's security aspect was already more than enough to make the various superpowers guild leaders go crazy. During his previous life, even when the guild leaders of first-rate guilds offered billions of credits, they still couldn't secure a slot in the upper zone. Only the guild leaders of super first-rate guilds could barely manage to do so. Yet now, Frost Heaven was actually offering 3 slots to Zero Wing. At this moment, Shifeng wouldn't be surprised if Frost Heaven wanted Zero Wing to mount a full-on assault on the 5 great super guilds. You're quite lucky, honestly. If it were any other time, Frost Heaven most likely wouldn't offer such a price for Zero Wing's help, Duan Hanshan said, sighing. As for what exactly Frost Heaven wants Zero Wing to do, I can't reveal it to you now. Someone from Frost Heaven will notify you when the time comes. In any case, it isn't a simple task. Zero Wing has to be careful. Otherwise, it wouldn't be surprising if Zero Wing were to perish. Thank you for your reminder. Elder Duan. Shifeng sincerely thanked Duan Hanshan. Duan Hanshan's willingness to reveal the Dragon Phoenix Pavilions and Saint's Hands matters to him already demonstrated Azure's sincerity in its partnership with Zero Wing. Shifeng naturally had to show his appreciation. Azure hasn't done anything noteworthy. How you'll proceed in the future is still up to you to decide, Duan Hanshan said, chuckling. Seeing as Shifeng was willing to accept the Azure Chamber of Commerce's kindness, his task here was done. All right, I should go now. After saying so, Duan Hanshan left the reception room. He didn't even let Shifeng send him off, as he silently disappeared from Zero Wing's headquarters. Guild leader, what should we do now? Liang Jing asked, worriedly, after Duan Hanshan left. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Saint's Hand posed too much of a threat. If they didn't act carefully, they might very well end up like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and 9-star family. We can only take things as they come, Shi Feng said. However, we'll have to reorganize our plans. Once God's Domain system update ends, have all of Zero Wing's main force members gather at Silverwing City. It's about time Zero Wing underwent some changes. God's Domain's major updates were extraordinary, each triggering a complete shift in the game's structure. Since the first major update came a little sooner than expected, he would have to start overhauling Zero Wing's expansion plans. Otherwise, the guild wouldn't even have scraps to fight over, let alone contending against Saint's Hand and the various superpowers. I understand. I'll get it done as soon as I go online, Liang Jing said, nodding. Time passed quickly. Before anyone knew it, God's Domain's major update had been completed, and everyone started logging back into the game at 7 o'clock in the morning. Lying in his virtual gaming cabin, Shi Feng took a deep breath when he saw the login button appear on the screen before him. Login. Chapter 2701, Era of Hegemony begins. Chapter 2701, Era of Hegemony begins. Silverwing City, Zero Wing's residence, along with a flash of brilliance in the underground secret room. Shi Feng's figure gradually appeared. Unlike the previous times he had logged into God's Domain, Shi Feng now felt a little dizzy, the dizziness lasting for several seconds. And when he recovered, he found that everything in front of him seemed completely different. If the previous God's Domain looked like an extremely high-definition image in Shi Feng's eyes, then the current God's Domain looked like the real thing. In other words, the sense of reality he got from the game was on a completely different level. This kind of realism is so nostalgic. A smile appeared on Shi Feng's face when he perceived his current situation. Most players wouldn't notice any significant changes in the game's realism after the major update. However, for Shi Feng, who had fought in God's Domain for 10 years in his previous life, the changes were distinct. Previously, he constantly felt as if there was a barrier between his body and brain. He couldn't control his virtual body as easily as he did his real body, no matter what. However, this barrier was now gone. It was like the difference between 99% and 100%. This kind of change might not mean anything to ordinary players, but the difference was massive for expert players. Take humans and gorillas, for example. Despite there being only a 1% genetic difference, the two were worlds apart. Combat in God's Domain was different from combat in the real world. Due to physical limitations, there were many techniques the human body could not exhibit in the real world. Take a child trying to lift a 1-ton sword, for example. With how tiny the child's physique was, such a feat would be impossible. However, what if the child's physique allowed him to swing the sword easily? One could easily imagine how terrifying the child's destructive power would be. After adjusting to the changes, Shi Feng left the secret room, heading to his office to sort out the information on the major update. When Shi Feng walked out of the secret room, the Tier 3 NPC guard stationed at its entrance panicked. Like a frightened rabbit, the guard hurriedly straightened his back and put on a respectful look. "Good morning, my lord," the Tier 3 NPC respectfully saluted Shi Feng. "Good morning." Shi Feng nodded and smiled at the NPC named Flet. "It's finally here. I wonder how chaotic God's Domain's major forces will become. In reality, the biggest change brought about by God's Domain's first major update wasn't in the realism, but the NPCs and monsters. Both NPCs and monsters gained their own thoughts after the major update. Yes, thoughts, not intelligence. The so-called AI that powered the NPCs and monsters before was merely a well-designed program that could react to players' words and actions to a reasonable extent. Most of the NPCs and monsters in the game couldn't actually think for themselves. Generally, only NPCs at Tier 5 and above had such an ability. But now, no matter how weak the monster or NPC was, they would all have their own thoughts. This would bring about a great change to God's Domain. After all, from a certain perspective, NPCs and monsters were no longer different from real humans. With this change, fights with monsters and NPCs would feel no different from PvP fights. No, to be precise, fights against monsters and NPCs would become even more troublesome than PvP fights. Unlike players, monsters and NPCs were accustomed to fighting in God's domain. Some monsters and individual NPCs had started fighting at birth and accumulated 10, 20, 30 years or more of experience. Their combat experience far exceeded that of ordinary players that had been in God's domain for only 1 or 2 years. However, this still wasn't the greatest impact on God's domain's players. What would really affect players were the changes in the behavior of NPCs and monsters. From now on, NPCs would not only actively hunt monsters, but also compete with players for various quests and resources at the Adventurers Association. They would even contest for the precious resources and opportunities needed for class promotions. When the first major update hit God's domain in the past, this change had given the various powers a huge headache. After all, not only had they lost their monopoly on resources, but NPCs and monsters had even stolen a significant portion of these resources. Of course, this change came with its benefits as well. For example, players unaffiliated with any powers could choose to join NPC teams to do quests. This option instantly increased the survivability of independent players. It also allowed independent players to get their hands on resources and equipment that were previously unattainable. Meanwhile, after Sherfong left the underground hall, the NPC named Fret breathed out a deep sigh of relief. The Lord seems strange today. He normally doesn't talk to us guards, yet he actually said good morning to me today. Fret, who was clad in silver mail armor, thought in confusion as he looked at Sherfang's departing back. Did the Lord notice me slacking? So he greeted me as a warning? Thinking up to this point, Fret shivered involuntarily. This won't do. I mustn't slack off anymore. Such a good job is hard to find in the entire Starmoon Kingdom. If I lose it, those former colleagues of mine will definitely treat me as a joke. Fret raised his vigilance and straightened his posture even further. Meanwhile, when the other NPC guards in the underground hall saw Sherfong, they also started secretly discussing Sherfang's peculiar behavior today. Sherfong was someone standing in a lofty position. In the past, he normally wouldn't even say a word to them. He was basically the representation of coldness and ruthlessness. Yet, Sherfong gave off the feeling of a spring breeze today. This sudden transformation made the guards in the underground hall uneasy for some time. At this time, these NPCs weren't the only ones feeling doubtful and insecure. The players throughout God's domain also felt surprised and confused by the changes to the game. The forums of God's domain were also burning with discussions. Why do those NPCs feel like living people? They're even discussing us players in private. What is going on here? You think that's strange? My personal guard actually asked for a day off to take care of his injured wife. You guys probably haven't been to the Adventurers Association yet, right? Right now, NPCs are taking on the quests posted there. One NPC even seduced the beauty in my party to go questing with him. For a while, the players of God's domain were bewildered by these changes to the NPCs. Some found the changes novel, while others found them flabbergasting. However, most players rejoiced at these changes. Such sentient NPCs were simply unheard of. The players felt as if they had actually come to another world. This was especially true when they heard these NPCs discussing them. The NPCs would even rave about the experts among players. Some well-known expert players even had fans among the NPCs, a situation ordinary players couldn't help envying. However, unlike ordinary players, God's domain's various major powers were far less delighted at these changes. In fact, These sudden changes were practically fatal to some of the smaller guilds. This was because the major update didn't just grant NPCs their own thoughts. The monsters out in the fields had also become much more troublesome to handle. This was especially true for monsters at the Lord rank or above. The wealth of combat experience they possessed made them even stronger than experts in terms of combat standards. A Lord-ranked monster could easily pummel a Tier 2 expert of the same level. Some great lords could even contend against Tier 3 experts. However, this still wasn't the worst part. The truly terrible change the major update brought was the removal of fixed dungeons. Dungeons were a stable source of equipment and materials for the various major powers in God's domain. Quite a number of guilds would grind low-level dungeons for all sorts of materials rather than raid high-level dungeons. In fact, small guilds weren't the only ones to use this approach to secure materials. Even the various superpowers did so. After all, with the difficulty of high-level dungeons, raiding them would definitely result in casualties, which would, in turn, cause the players in the team to regress. Hence, the various superpowers took the more conservative approach to obtain materials. They would have only one vanguard team for raiding high-difficulty dungeons. That way, they could ensure that they possessed the latest and best equipment and materials available while simultaneously having a large amount of basic materials to supply the vanguard team. However, that all changed with the game's major update. After the update, all the fixed dungeons had disappeared. Now, only dungeons that appeared at random were available. Meanwhile, some of these dungeons were challenging, while some were a walk in the park. Moreover, every one of these dungeons could be raided only once before they disappeared. If one didn't raid the dungeon upon discovering it, there was a high chance someone else would raid it first. This change dumbfounded not only the various small guilds, but even the superpowers. With this situation, how were they supposed to develop their guilds from now on? Similarly, the various adventurer teams in God's domain also started growing uneasy. Not only did resources grow scarcer, but NPCs had even emerged as competitors. One could easily imagine how intense the fight for resources would become in the future. The various superpowers might even remove their disguises and start fighting and competing for real. Silverwing City, Zero Wing's residence, Guild Leader's office. Guild Leader, everyone's arrived, Liang Jing reported as she looked at Shi Feng, who was arranging the latest information on God's domain. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, are Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow also here? Shi Feng asked, although Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow had already exited the space-time maze as they were transported to a special location. They couldn't contact others through the game at all. They could only contact others through the real world. They're here, but hesitation appeared on Liang Jing's face. Puzzled, Shi Feng asked, but what? Tentatively, Liang Jing whispered, I might be mistaken, but when I saw them just now, they felt alien. Chapter 2702, Silence. Chapter 2702, Silence. Alien? Shi Feng failed to comprehend Liang Jing's words for a moment. As his assistant, Liang Jing didn't just take care of affairs in Zero Wing's headquarters. Normally, she would also help Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose with tasks in God's domain. Hence, she had frequent contact with the two vice guild leaders. In fact, Liang Jing should be even more familiar with them than he was. Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose had been absent from the guild for only some weeks. No matter how he looked at it, Liang Jing shouldn't have a reason to describe them as alien. Are you saying that their temperament has changed? Shi Feng asked after giving the matter some thought. A person's temperament would change along with the improvement of their knowledge and mental state, especially after a breakthrough in the limit of their brain activity. Shi Feng was a perfect example of this. No, shaking her head, Liang Jing whispered in a somewhat uncomfortable voice, that kind of feeling It's like looking at complete strangers wearing their faces. Wearing their faces. Liang Jing's words surprised Shifeng. Are you sure? MHM, I'm very sure. Liang Jing said earnestly. Okay. Shifeng nodded solemnly. This matter ends here. Just treat them like you normally do. Guild leader, are the vice guild leaders all right? Liang Jing asked worriedly. No matter how she looked at it, this change simply wasn't normal. If Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose really had a problem, Zero Wing would be in great danger. After all, the two vice guild leaders were responsible for most of the guild's daily activities, whereas Shifeng was mainly a figurehead. I'm not sure yet. Shifeng shook his head. I'm afraid I'll know what's going on only after I meet with them in person. Space-time mazes were very special existences in God's domain. Only an extremely small number of players would encounter a space-time maze when traveling through space-time passages. An even smaller number of players would encounter a mysterious space after leaving the space-time maze. This mysterious space was unresolvable. Many people attributed its appearance to a bug in the game. Every player that entered this mysterious space would end up in a very special world. Nobody knew what kind of world it was, and only one thing existed in this world: slaughter. One would either be hunted down endlessly, or hunt others endlessly, or fight on an endless battlefield. It was as if the fragments of countless memories in God's domain were collected in this special world. Even when players were killed in this world, they wouldn't truly die. They would only go from one dream to another after their deaths. And this cycle would loop endlessly. Moreover, the pain players felt in this world wasn't mitigated in the slightest. The concept of time in this world was supposedly blurred. The time players experienced inside this world was something only their minds perceived, with no effect on their real bodies. Hence, even when a player spent 1 or 5 years inside this special world, only hours or days might have passed in the real world. However, time was the scariest thing in existence. After all, time could wear down everything, let alone humans. If Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose really came out from this mysterious space, a lot of time must have passed for them already, so much so that even their memories had blurred. Hence, it was only normal for them to change. The only thing Shifeng didn't know was how many years Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose had spent in that mysterious space. Meanwhile, according to the statistics from his previous life, the longer the time one spent in that special world, the greater the influence on one's mentality. Zero Wing Residence's top-floor conference room. Zero Wing's upper echelon and core team leaders were currently seated inside this magnificent conference room. Of these people, even the weakest was a level 116 Tier 3 player, while the strongest were Violet Cloud and Fire Dance, who had both reached level 121 already. However, there was still a significant gap between them and Shifeng, who was level 125. Fire Dance had already replaced her old gear with a set of dark red leather armor. Based on the magic patterns etched into her armor, the armor was a set. Moreover, it even gave off the glow effect unique to epic items. Fire Dance also had her hair tied up with a ribbon that resembled the starry sky. The ribbon gave her an indescribable sense of fierceness, as if she were the empress of the night sky. It seems Fire Dance also reaped a considerable harvest in the space-time maze. Shifeng was slightly surprised at the dagger hanging by Fire Dance's waist. Not only did the dagger exude a faint sense of hostility, but it even roiled the ambient mana. If this dagger were unsheathed, he couldn't even begin to imagine the impact it would have on the environment. Even fragmented legendary items paled in comparison to this dagger. However, when Shifeng swept his gaze across Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose, who sat on both sides of the conference table, he was taken aback. How can this be? Shifeng was rendered speechless. After what Liang Jing had said, he had already mentally prepared himself for the worst. However, now that he saw them in person, he realized that the two's situation exceeded his worst expectations. Gentle Snow's and Aqua Rose's weapons and equipment remained the same as when they left the Western continent. Even their levels were still at level 117. However, the feeling the two gave off was utterly different. Gentle Snow had been rather aloof in the past, but still relatively sociable. On the other hand, Aqua Rose had been a cheerful and assertive woman, and her eyes had always sparkled with wisdom and ambition. Now, however, the two of them could no longer be considered human. Neither of them exuded the slightest hint of emotion, as if they were plants. They did not appear happy or sad. Although they were currently communicating with the others around them, their voices did not fluctuate with any emotion whatsoever. The only thing Shifeng could sense from the two was a deathly silence, although the feeling of silence each gave off was slightly different. In the case of Gentle Snow, her silence resembled bones piled atop a battlefield. In the case of Aqua Rose, her silence was like a candle flame in the dark, carrying both death and hope. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Besides Shifeng, everyone else inside the room also sensed the changes in Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose. If not for the Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose they retained in their memories, everyone might have even had the urge to flee the scene immediately. Guild leader, did something happen to the two vice guild leaders? Yulan asked Shifeng through a whisper. The change to Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose might not be noteworthy for those unfamiliar with them, but for those who were, this change was simply terrifying and creepy. Given how they are now, it seems something must have happened, Shifeng answered, not hiding the truth. After all, this was obvious to everyone present. During the time Zero Wings members were secretly discussing Gentle Snow's and Aqua Rose's changes, Shifeng also shifted his gaze to the two of them. How long did you two live in that world? Shifeng asked them through a whisper. Chapter 27:03, 80 years. Chapter 27:03, 80 years. Shifeng's words were like a drop of water falling into a silent ocean. Although it couldn't kick up any huge waves, it still caused ripples that spread out endlessly. As soon as Shifeng finished voicing his inquiry, a hint of surprise flashed across Gentle Snow's and Aqua Rose's calm eyes. This surprise contained neither excitement nor joy. They didn't feel as if they found someone that understood them, either. They simply felt a little surprised. They wondered why Shifeng would know of this matter. However, their surprise soon disappeared, and darkness and calmness returned to their eyes. Afterward, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow exchanged glances. Aqua Rose then turned to Shifeng, an indifferent smile forming on her beautiful face. Sure enough, nothing can get past you, guild leader. We aren't sure how long we lived in that world. However, according to our calculations, it should be 80 years. 80 years! Shifeng couldn't help but gasp. Even his mind had gone slightly numb. He had thought of the possibility of Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow living in that special world for a considerable period. He had even considered the possibility of them living there for a decade or two. But 80 years? Many people lived only 80 years in their lifetimes. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow had spent 80 years fighting ceaselessly every day. The mere thought was chilling. To spend 80 years alone, just the loneliness alone, was already unimaginable. Any normal person would have most likely gone crazy already. However, Aqua Rose's voice was incomparably calm, so calm that it was like she was talking about someone else's problem. 80 years. Complex emotions filled Shifeng's eyes as he quietly observed Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow. It's no wonder you two feel like monsters. The moment he laid eyes on Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow, he could already tell that the two of them were no longer human. After listening to Aqua Rose's explanation, He understood everything. If the two of them had spent 80 years in endless slaughter and combat, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were the strongest in the world in combat experience. Compared to them, the 10 years of combat experience he had in God's domain was nothing. Not to mention, both of them were combat geniuses. At this time, in terms of combat power, he was most likely a baby in front of Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow. A baby trying to see through the thoughts and standards of an adult was simply a joke. Not to mention, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow would be adults even among grandmaster martial artists. This situation placed Shifeng at a loss. He didn't know whether he should feel happy or helpless. Guild leader Frost Heaven's Mushin just contacted us. While Shifeng was in a daze, Liang Jing, who stood beside him, suddenly spoke up. Mushin wants Zero Wing to gather at the Fire Dragon Empire's imperial capital. She says we are allowed to bring, at most, 20 people. It seems they're finally ready to act. Shifeng didn't feel particularly surprised at this piece of news. After all, Duan Hanshan had already said that Frost Heaven would soon take action. Did she tell you their plan? She did. Liang Jing nodded with a slightly gloomy face. Guild leader, are we really going to participate in Frost Heaven's operation this time? If possible, I wouldn't want to either. However, Frost Heaven's offer is too tempting to refuse, Shifeng said with a bitter smile. 3 reserved slots for the upper zone. This wasn't an opportunity one could come across every day. Even the various superpowers would pounce on it. Not to mention, the upper zone had an important benefit he needed. While Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose might have gained 80 years of combat experience in that special world and achieved inhuman levels of combat standards, these benefits came with a huge drawback. On the surface, it would seem as if the two had lived in that special world for 80 years. However, only weeks had gone by in the real world. The instant the two left that special world, it would be as if 80 years of memories had been downloaded into their brains, placing an unimaginable burden on both their brains and bodies. During his previous life, the players that lived in that special world for 2 or 3 years had gradually had problems with their bodies after they returned. Eventually, they became paralyzed and had to be hospitalized for a month before they recovered. After all, digesting all these memories had consumed a lot of their mental strength, which definitely wasn't a good thing. Meanwhile, both Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose had lived in that special world for 80 years. Shifeng didn't dare imagine how massive a backlash they would suffer. For the two's safety, he had to bring them to the upper zone. Although the S-rank nutrient fluid had great recovery effects on the human body, it only helped a little in healing a person's brain and spirit. Only medicines for brain and spirit recovery could resolve this problem. Of all the medicines Shifeng knew, even the life potion wasn't particularly effective in spirit recovery. The most the life potion could do was restore ordinary depletions of mental strength. It was utterly ineffective against a brain overload like this. The only solution he could think of now was the upper zone. The upper zone was a special region the Green God Company constructed. There were plenty of unknowns inside. In fact, the precious S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions circulating in the market were merely obsolete medicine the Green God Company produced. Guild leader, Frost Heaven is too ambitious, Liang Jing commented despite herself. If we're not careful, Zero Wing might very well perish. What are they planning to do? Shifeng asked curiously. Their goal this time is to become one of the 12 great guilds of God's domain. Liang Jing said, the 12 great guilds wasn't a random title made up by players. Instead, this was a title given to the 12 strongest guilds recognized by the War God's Temple. The player guilds that become God's domain's 12 great guilds would enjoy numerous benefits across the main continent. They could even garrison an empire and be worshipped by the said empire. An empire's worship. Just this point alone was more than enough to allow a guild to pull ahead of the other superpowers. One could say that the position of the 12 great guilds was something all superpowers had to compete for. However, competing for this position wasn't an easy task. A guild had to satisfy a series of conditions to qualify. Firstly, guilds had to become one of the top 10 rookie guilds. After that, they had to compete for the 12 reserve seats of the 12 great guilds. However, this was going to be God's Domain's first competition for the reserve seats. The War Gods Temple had announced that 6 were empty this year. Hence, for this year only, player guilds could compete for the 6 empty reserve seats, so long as they met the conditions for participation in the competition. Due to Zero Wing's poor foundation, Sherfong never even considered participating in the competition. There were 4 conditions for participation. 1. Submit 2,000 units of 7 Luminaries crystal to the War Gods Temple. 2. Have a guild residence in the capital cities of 50 kingdoms and 12 empires. Simultaneously, the registering guild must also have the status of a 4-star guild. 3. Have over 1,000 Tier 3 players in the guild. 4. Have 30 guild cities under the guild's name. These 4 basic conditions were extremely harsh. Ordinary guilds shouldn't even dream of participating in the competition. In fact, even ordinary superpowers wouldn't qualify. Only the exceptionally strong superpowers could just barely meet the conditions. According to the information Zero Wing obtained from the Secret Pavilion, close to 20 super first-rate guilds and super guilds would participate in the competition for the reserve seats, every one of them a titan in the virtual gaming industry. One could easily imagine how intense the competition would be. No wonder Frost Heaven made such a lucrative offer. Realization also dawned upon Sherfong. In his previous life, Frost Heaven had first entered the ranks of top 10 rookie guilds, and eventually became one of the 12 reserve guilds before slowly climbing up to join the 12 great guilds. However, Frost Heaven was not fully developed at this time. Trying to compete for one of the reserve seats so soon would most likely result in failure. Frost Heaven had to know this as well, but was still grasping at a strand of hope. Guild leader, if we become Frost Heaven's foreign aid, any guild Frost Heaven confronts will probably treat us as a mortal enemy, Liang Jing explained. The position of the 12 reserve seats was a throne built atop countless bones. At present, Zero Wing was in a very terrible situation already. On one side, there was Starlink. On the other side, there were the newly developed superpowers. There was even the extremely dangerous Saint's Hand in the Orc Empire. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU, if they offended a few more superpowers now, Zero Wing would no longer have a future in God's domain. Although it is very dangerous, this is also a chance for Zero Wing. It would be a shame to let it go, Sherfong said, shaking his head. Fire dance, and the others should get ready. We'll set out immediately. While contesting for the 12 reserve seats was indeed dangerous, if they succeeded, even as foreign aid, Zero Wing would receive the War Gods Temple's recognition, as well as some basic privileges. For example, city garrison rights and worship rights. While getting an entire country to worship Zero Wing was impossible, getting one city to do so was still possible. This was also why many guilds had fought to become foreign aid for the participating guilds in the past. Chapter 2704, Maddening Start, Fire Dragon Empire, Flame Dragon City. Chapter 2704, Maddening Start, Fire Dragon Empire, Flame Dragon City. Groups of players in black cloaks walked through the crowded commercial district of the imperial capital. What's going on? Why are there so many cloaked players on the streets today? Moreover, every one of them is so strong. A level 56, Tier 1 player, who came to the commercial district to upgrade his equipment, exclaimed in surprise when he saw the procession of cloaked players. Although Flame Dragon City was normally crowded with players, today's foot traffic was much more exaggerated than usual. Moreover, not only was the foot traffic triple the regular volume, but many of these new arrivals also gave off a strange vibe. In fact, players weren't the only ones wearing black cloaks. There were plenty of cloaked NPCs walking through the city as well, and every one of them radiated a terrifying aura. Although the city's resident NPCs were holding private discussions over this change, now that NPCs could think for themselves, they were deliberately avoiding players while discussing. This is normal. You've just started playing 5 Domain recently, so you might not know this, but today is the competition for the reserved seats of God's Domain's 12 Great Guilds. A level 109 Tier 3 man explained to the newcomer of his guild. God's Domain's 12 Great Guilds. The rookie shield warrior was surprised at his senior's words. Isn't that something determined by the Virtual Gaming Association? In the real world, the Virtual Gaming Association determined the publicly recognized super guilds annually. These positions were mostly fixed. Very few changes would occur every year. No, this event is hosted by the War Gods Temple to determine God's Domain's 12 strongest guilds. It isn't a competition hosted in the real world, the Tier 3 man explained, chuckling. Does our guild have a chance to participate too? The rookie shield warrior asked, a hint of fighting spirit surfacing in his eyes. He had never heard of such a huge event happening in God's Domain before. Moreover, with God's Domain's current popularity, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the world's biggest competition. If he could stand out in this competition, he would definitely rise to prominence. Currently, the various major corporations were offering unprecedented prices to recruit experts in God's Domain. In fact, the top 50 experts on the God's Domain's experts list made even more money than A-list celebrities. We want to join, but the entry threshold is just too high. Even first-rate guilds aren't qualified. The Tier 3 man smiled bitterly. Nowadays, the various powers of God's Domain were all talking about the reserved seat competition. Even NPCs were discussing it. The competition's influence was unprecedented. In such a major competition, let alone securing one of the reserved seats, just being able to participate would already serve as proof of a guild's strength. In that case, is everyone here to participate in the competition today? The rookie shield warrior asked. The cloaked people are most likely participants. As for everyone else, they should be here to spectate, the Tier 3 man explained. Spectate? Can we go watch as well? The rookie asked eagerly. I'm afraid that's not possible. The Tier 3 man replied with some embarrassment. The entry fee alone is 300 gold, while the VIP rooms cost 5,000 gold and 20 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Moreover, there are only 1,000 VIP rooms available. 300 gold was a huge sum even for current Tier 3 players. In fact, most Tier 3 players didn't have 300 gold in their pockets. After all, with how high a Tier 3 player's daily expenses were, saving a lot of money was simply impossible. As for the VIP rooms, they were for the exclusive use of large guilds. Individuals simply couldn't afford them. The 5,000 gold aside, just the 20 units of 7 luminaries crystal was already more than enough to distress first-rate guilds, what more second- and third-rate guilds. At this moment, the Tier 3 man wasn't the only person feeling embarrassed over this situation. Most of the other Tier 3 experts on the street also sighed. Spectating such a major competition would most likely yield a lot of benefits. I know, right? I heard that nearly 30 superpowers would participate in the competition, nearly 1/3 of them super guilds. Moreover, these superpowers are all sending their best. This is going to be the battle of a lifetime. I heard that too. Right now, everyone's going crazy over the VIP rooms. Some second- and third-rate guilds are even offering to pay double the price to get a room. Upon overhearing the discussions of other players on the street, the players who couldn't afford an entrance ticket yearned for one. God's Domain's various superpowers rarely waged war. they generally only fought in small skirmishes. However, the superpowers were now going all out. One could easily imagine how intense the competition would be. Meanwhile, such a major competition was held only once a year. Flame Dragon City, War God's Temple. At this time, the various superpowers members had already thronged the majestic headquarters of the Fire Dragon Empire's War God's Temple, numbering in the tens of thousands. Even the War God's Temple had no choice but to dispatch level 180 guards to maintain order. Meanwhile, on the top floor of a high-class restaurant near the War God's Temple, these superpowers are really being careful. Every one of their participating members has hidden their statistics and strength with black cloaks, Mu Lingsha said, her lips curled in disappointment as she looked at the crowd outside. That's normal. This competition is going to determine which superpower will hold hegemonic rights over God's domain. It is only natural for them to try to hide as much information as possible. Anyone who exposes their cards now will only make easy targets of themselves. Unyielding Heart, who sat beside Mu Lingsha, said, chuckling. However, I didn't expect for so many superpowers to apply for the competition in the Fire Dragon Empire. Although there are many empires in God's domain, only 4 of them are ancient nations. Any confident superpower wouldn't let go of these 4 nations. While guilds can register for the competition at any empire's capital, the guild that wins a reserve seat in their registered empire will receive additional benefits from the empire. Sighing, Mu Lingsha continued, "It's a pity Unyielding soul lacks accumulations. Otherwise, we could have come here to try our luck too. I wonder who will secure the 6 reserve seats." When Unyielding Heart spoke of the reserve seats, a hint of yearning appeared in his eyes. We can probably already determine who will get 5 out of the 6 seats. The last is the important one. I'm afraid those guilds are going to have a bloody battle, Mu Lingsha said gloatingly. The competition for the reserve seats was most likely going to be extremely intense. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, 5 of the 6 available seats would go to the 5 great super guilds. This left the other superpowers to compete over just 1 seat. The mere thought of the competition's intensity scared her. "Look, Mythology's people are here," Mu Lingsha said, as she looked at a group of undisguised players walking down the distant street. At the head of this team was none other than Cold Shadow. Mythology's arrival instantly cast a grim shadow over the plaza in front of the War God's Temple. Setting aside the fact that Mythology was one of the virtual gaming industry's publicly acknowledged 5 great super guilds, just the fact that Mythology's members were doing nothing to hide their strength already proved how confident Mythology was in its strength. Although this team from Mythology wasn't the main force that would participate in the competition, even the weakest in the team of several hundred was a level 116 Tier 3 player. Moreover, the base equipment standard of these people was level 115 fine gold set equipment. So, this is Mythology's strength. As expected of one of the 5 great super guilds. Even the team they sent to register is already so powerful. I really wonder how strong Mythology's representative team on the Western continent is. The spectators from the various superpowers and large guilds couldn't help growing fearful when they looked at Mythology's team. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU meanwhile, as Mythology's members submitted their registration to the War God's Temple, a round of exclamations suddenly rose from the plaza's edge. After Mythology's team, another team of players actually arrived uncloaked. Moreover, this team only had a little over a dozen players in it. Are they insane? Mu Lingsha froze in the middle of sipping her black tea when she saw this small team. After all, this team belonged to none other than the currently famous Zero Wing.